1.
Why, hello there. Thank you for stopping by. What is this, you ask? Why, this is the finest D&D live stream that Sunday nights have ever provided this side of the Twitches and or the U of Tubes. My name is James. I will be your dungeon master this evening. And joining me are a fantastic cast of surly Canucks. And why don't we check in with everybody? Riley!
Ah!
How's your week been, man?
It's been busy. It's been sales at work and everything like that, so lots of running around. And too many people being sick. I'm done with it. Done with sick people.
I am all about that life. This is why I work from home. I don't want to get sick.
No. Yeah. Nope, other than that, doing okay. Really looking forward to the Sundays. That's what I can say.
The Sundays are looking forward to you. Mr. David.
Smash? Or, sorry, no, pass. Pass is what I meant to say.
Oh, are you sure? Because you got them eyes on you.
Which Pokemon are you looking at? Because that seems to be the trend right now.
So TikTok's been all over that, and I can't.
I have to agree with Markiplier, Beedrill.
No, it's just so phallic.
Yeah, no, I'm tired. I'm wearing everyone's favorite eyeshadow, sleep exhaustion. So
it's been a very long weekend. We're still trying to do a potty training thing, and it's hard, and it's been a whole lot of terrible toddlers slapping you in the face, kind of bullshit. But here we are. Mel?
I'm that a-hole that comes in and says, it was great! Family and renovations, and it was great. Yeah.
Sounds like somebody's got a case in the Monday. I do believe you'd get your ass kicked for saying something like that. Nice.
I'm terrific. I'm great.
Everything's going to be fine. I'm definitely not overcompensating for being terrified of this next encounter.
Oh, you'll be fine. What is the worst that could happen, really? Oh, speaking of the worst that could happen.
Really contemplate how long it takes us to come up with character generation ideas and just how we want to play these characters, and James is just out here being like, you might die.
So we almost had a TPK on our monthly game on Thursday, which our beloved mod plays in with me. And we only lost one player permanently. They rolled a 1 on a death save, and it was just a bad scenario. And then, in the least surreptitious way possible, we looted her body for fat stacks of gold and magic items, and then buried her in the woods.
Because
like you do. I'm sorry,
Dungeons and
Jenna.
Dragons.
I'm sorry that happened to you, but I got some fancy shit now. It's so fancy. Mac, how's you?
All right. It's a long weekend, so I pretty much spent every day building Gundam models.
Is that a tall geese I see?
That is a tall geese. If I can make it not die in the light.
So I've been looking at a couple of them because you've reignited my passion for gunplay.
Yes.
And well, I built a bunch in high school and I can't friggin' find them anywhere. And so I got a Wing Zero, a tall geese, and a Mercurius and V8.
Nice. Mercurius was the first model I ever built when I was like 12.
Yeah.
That's my Gundam walls.
Oh yeah, I like it.
I have more on the other side. They just haven't been put up yet.
With those matching Amazon shelves that I also have in my office upstairs.
Yeah, $75 for some shelves. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've been working through all of the ones from Gundam Wing. So I've got Death Scythe, Heavy Arms. I got Wing Zero. I got Tall Geese. I'm working through all those ones. But the Tall Geese is a real grade, so it's a lot of small decals, which I'm not used to doing.
Yeah.
But no, it's not too bad. We did a work event where we threw axes, which I hit a total of 3 over the entire night. I am not strong at throwing.
Is that your first time?
Yes.
Then 3 is fantastic.
3 out of like 40 is not great.
Take the compliment and walk away.
Yeah. But other than that, I just built Gundam models and did some tidying, and so it's not too bad, as you can see from my wall of Gundam boxes.
I was about to say,
Gundam
are
Wing.
those all unbuilt?
No, just on the bottom row here, I think I have 4 that aren't done, and then the rest are all done.
Nice.
Yeah.
So if you ever want, we'll my wife and I do archery a fair bit. She doesn't hunt, but she still likes going to like Jimbos and stuff. So and it's been a little bit because having a child and dangerous projectiles and all that jazz. But if you ever want to give compound archery a try, let me know and we'll take you out and shoot at some things.
Cool. I dig it. I'll probably get that wicked burn on my arm from the string, but
Nah, we
combat
got you
bows,
covered.
you don't do that. It's recurves you have to watch out for.
Yeah. If you nick your arm with a compound bow, you're in for a bad time.
oh, I've done it before, not with a compound, but I've
I've
got that burn.
Compound is way worse than recurve. As somebody who used to shoot a recurve, a left-handed recurve to make it better. So it'd be great when you'd watch people pick it up, try and hold the arrow in the wrong hands, let it loose, and then it would slap them.
No,
I got LASIK a couple of years ago, and I used to shoot right-handed, and now I shoot left-handed because the whole you don't have a dominant eye thing. Bullshit. I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn after I got LASIK, and I switched hands, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can start using all my dad's old hunting bows and stuff because he's a lefty. It's great.
Yep.
my preferred archery form is that in the tabletop realm where I played in the Dungeons and or Dragons.
That's fair. It's much easier on your shoulders and your rotator cuff.
Really bad on your wrists, though.
Yeah.
All those dice you're rolling.
Distributing some free literature.
Not what I was going for.
Feeding the ducks. Rolling some dice.
And demonetized.
All right.
We'd have to be
So-
monetized to be demonetized. So
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, one thing comes to mind. We have a fundraiser coming up next Sunday. There's some links on the Facebooks. We have a Tiltify link that I'm sure Streamlabs or Stream Elements will put into the chat for us in just a minute. Or our lovely mod can throw it in. We are going to be working with the Make-A-Wish Foundation again, similar to what we did back in December. And we'll get a slightly different group of people. Riley's stepping out, and we're going to have Tracy stepping back in as Gwen, her LSD witch. And we're going to go see if we can't rescue... you'd recognize her on Twitch as Julie Go Live.
I'm so excited.
Is she actually joining again?
Or, as I mispronounced for years, Julie G. Olive. because that's how my brain works.
It's okay.
Oh no.
In our previous campaign, Julie's character selflessly sacrificed himself for 3 hot witch sisters in a forest, and was like, "I am all about this life."
You say sacrifice, but they're living just like a life of pleasure.
Yeah, I was gonna say Zobo is having a wonderful time.
There is absolutely such a thing as too much of a good thing, and I think he needs a rescue.
What is the phrase? The spirit is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised.
Yeah.
Anyway, next week, here on this channel, we will be streaming that live. That is part 2 to our December stream where we did our first Make-A-Wish Foundation. And it's going to, again, donations are going to be able to fund dice to help the players, obviously, or, you can throw some dice James's direction to see just how quickly he can end our game. Send it to the players. We obviously need it.
You guys kicked me out this session, so yeah, no, 100% all my donations are going towards James.
I like it. For folks that didn't catch us in December, there's part 1 of it is up on our YouTube channel. And the kinds of things you can expect are like, you throw like $5 in and advantage goes into a pool. We'll have a bunch of milestones where it's like, hey, we raised $200. You guys get a rare magic item or something like that. I got a big long list written out from our previous one that I'm going to address a little bit. For $20 for an open-handed slap to James's nethers. You know, I don't think I'm allowed to do that to myself on Twitch. Even if I was in a morph suit or something like that.
We record it for the TikTok for later.
Yeah.
No, it's for the OnlyFans. Yeah.
Ching.
I keep forgetting that we actually have an OnlyFans account.
It
Do we?
exists.
Do
nobody
we?
else-
Do we? I don't even know.
We
if
absolutely do.
No.
Moving right along.
Moving right along. Mr. David, sir, would you mind rolling that intro for us?
I think I can do that.
Hot diggity.
I'm getting good
So-
at that.
Hot diggity.
Hot diggity damn. Hot diggity dog. When last we left our heroes,
Oh no.
Durn Rupa, the silvered light of gigantic height and bringer of most massive hope, came crashing into the womb like a battering ram on a silver-black phantom bike. We saw his induction into the Knights of Benediction, the Bennies. Effectively named not after delicious brunch,
No.
but, you know, it kind of works out that way. He found great purpose in life, and after a little bit of training, had quickly surpassed his training companions in their weepy haircuts. I still think you need a like a 6-word limit break yelling out your name of your attack for something. For something.
Yes. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but it's in the works.
Excellent.
He hung out with weebs for a month. He has something in his head.
Yeah.
Your Uwhammer? Uwhammer? I don't know.
My whammer.
Ooh,
Ooh, woo hammer.
yeah, no, none of that. Quill, you were approached by Faerlyn, who
Yes, we do.
was concerned and sent you on your way to see what was keeping Jules. She had sent him off on a task to collect mistletoe using a specific implement of hers, so she could continue performing the rituals that allow Agnes's home to be a druid grove. And without that implement back and the harvest that he has, all of the work that she's put towards, you know, expanding the grove out would have to be started over. And it's essentially, it's a ritual that takes a casting every day for a year. So she was like, you know, I'm kind of invested in this at this point. So
Think of the mushrooms.
think of Tim.
Think of Tim. Oh,
Think-
please think of Tim.
There's a reason that Tim was able to turn into a house. Tim being a random mushroom that Agnes started talking to. And it is called Druid Grove, the Ritual. So somehow that turned into we need to go and save him or the food won't grow. And then somehow that turned into we need to get this little stuffed dragon his wings back.
I
And
want to note that the dragon getting his wings back thing was not my fault. the food not growing thing was just a miscommunication that Quill heard.
Yeah.
And don't worry about it. Durn's still looking for this seamstress or seamster. Still looking. That's who I presume we're going for.
Nobody's clarified.
Nobody's clarified, and Durn doesn't care at the moment.
Agnes and Hoots, Quill gathered you up, explained in a very brief manner what he needed help with, and you guys went off through town to the Bennies, the Knights of Benediction, to grab a fourth. Upon climbing all of 1,000,000 stairs, making it to the top of a hilly rock, you come inside to meet Telemachus Thistletwist. He's a halfling cleric.
Titty
That was
sprinkles.
sitting by the door. or titty sprinkles. You said you needed some help. You said it was for Faerlyn, Auntie Faer, and he took that as a need to express urgency in getting his betters. He put up a sign and fucked right off. Not waiting for a return or, anything of that nature, for a competent individual to be provided to you, because they don't fuck around when it comes to Auntie Faer. Quill was enamored by Durn Rupa, the silvered light of gigantic height and bringer of most massive hope. Smashing a man into the
would be
ground.
like, just I would be like a high school girl seeing BTS in concert when I saw you.
Little known
Story.
fact about James, I saw Backstreet Boys in concert as like a mid-teenage boy because I had a girlfriend that wanted to go. That is the biggest mistake that a person can make in their life. You want to see cult-like fanaticism. That's some shit right there. So,
Yep.
speaking of cult-like fanaticism, Quill watching Durn Rupa. Big silver lizard man crushes an opponent, steps up, and says, "Well, hello." Some miscommunication, perhaps, on what needs doing. Some, heartfelt miscommunication, because I was here for it. That was goddamn touching.
Yes.
And he's like, "It doesn't matter what you need, I am here for you." And then off you guys went, and you just left town.
I just realized we didn't check in at all.
No, you did not. That's not a thing. You're gonna get back and be, where the fuck's the big lizard man? He's probably dead. Don't worry about it.
In the meantime, Auntie Faer is taking constant callers,
Yeah.
going like, "What happened? I sent you on a simple quest, and now people won't stop calling me."
Some ways up the road, because you found out that you had to go around Lake Arneson, aptly named for the one of the true creators of D&D. You got an hour or two up the road, and Agnes got a sending from Auntie Faer, clarifying a few things. A friend of hers has a cabin on the southeast side of the lake, lives there with his daughter, and he's the one that told Jules and her about the mistletoe that could be harvested, and that'd be a good place to start. Either you approach this low squat cottage that you can see in the Roll20 stream at this point, ignoring, never ignore the massive hoots, because he needs to always be there.
Did you just look up right now?
Yeah, I did. I looked up, and it's just like bigger now. Hold on, audience. You need to see this.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's just hoots, just hanging out. David, you're coming through really, really hot.
Oh, sorry. I probably bumped my gain.
It's all good. Minus the massive hoots, but in a similar looking sort of cottage, You approached. Quill, with his keen kitty senses, smelled Jules and must and mold. And answering the door when you walked up and knocked was a small, probably 16-ish looking creature. And she had the why's going on. You immediately sensed dread and, lost all discretion you may have had and plunged headfirst into this house and found Jules splayed out on a table. With some quick thinking and a whole lot of what the fuck is going on? Durn Rupa cleansed the disease from Jules's spore-riddled body, and similarly cleaned off most of his equipment from all of the russet mold that was growing on it. And the girl introduced herself as Switch. She is a simulacrum, a pale-skinned, barefoot, knee-length, sundressed, creases in the elbows, sort of twitchy girl. She had been keeping him alive at... he was at maximum exhaustion, and she was just using Spare the Dying every 6 seconds for the past several days to keep him from departing, because she had no other options. Simulacrums, for the folks playing the home game, have finite resources and cost oodles of money to repair. She has boned herself. He was saved. He is still all the way down and not diseased anymore, but is now beginning his first long rest of many. And Quill, in a fit of vengeance, because something hurt his friend, and understanding the task at hand, leapt from the building and started hoofing it towards the swamps, because you got to get a thing and bring a thing back. And there's probably a little bit of kitty vengeance in there, I imagine, based on the tone from last game. But...
Of course, and you got to make sure the food will grow.
Fuck. There is that. I will remind you, you guys make your own choices in life. Durn Rupa has no resources left and has expended them all for the day.
I only have one resource.
I know.
Welcome to level 2, level 1.
Level 1.
Welcome to level 1.
I will make one sticking point of, that he can blow his load to undo the thing that screwed up the level 6 ranger. If you guys want to go hot and heavy into the swamp right now, you absolutely can. Or we can backtrack the last 30 seconds of the stream and be like, you're still in the house. You choose what you want to do. Mac, you are muted if you're talking.
I said, no backtracking. No rerolls. I stormed out.
Durn is following, but I remember screaming to the other.
I ain't rolling back.
All right. So, night has fallen. It is dark. It is creepy. Life is good.
I have my lantern.
Lit.
Yes. No, I'm walking around with a lantern and just be like, oh, this is very nice.
That's what you do on Tuesdays.
I don't need it on Tuesdays.
The light reflects off of the fog, and you can see even less than before.
No, it reflects off of Durn Rupa's head. All you see is just silver.
You hear the snapping of Hoots' magical tinkering over and over and over again. He's like, I can make a campfire like nobody's business. I can shoot laser beams from my hand, but I like it. It is thematically appropriate. Yeah, you start working your way up the road. The path is overgrown and not really a path so much as it's a gentle clearing of people have walked this way a handful of times. So, I'm going to need a survival check in the dark to see how well you do, Quill.
I'm surprised no one stopped me because it was nighttime, but okay.
I am following behind you, so.
Yes.
Ooh. That is a 20.
Yes.
I like.
Not a nat 20, but a 20.
I think we call those dirty 20s.
Yeah. You're doing all right. You feel like you're on the right path, so to speak. There's the occasional scuff and boot print, broken twigs at about shoulder height for a medium creature. You're fairly confident that if Jules was going past where this house is and into a swamp, this is probably where he would go. Nobody asked the young girl or anything like that of like, where was he collecting things? You're just like, fuck it, he's that way. So that's a thing.
It's the middle of the night. I generally have a sense for nature and would have a general understanding of the kind of environments in which mistletoe would grow. And I'm going to be keeping my eyes out for the kind of landscape and areas in which there might be mistletoe nearby.
While
also trying not to trip over sticks because it's pitch black outside.
So it's kind of a weird circumstance because mistletoe generally grows as a parasitic plant on other healthy plants. It's not generally a boggy sort of thing, but here you are. There we go. I am just making a quick adjustment to the map.
Question.
Answer.
Would we have any idea of this being a celestial fiend or undead type thing?
The disease that you cleared out?
Yeah.
It seemed to be natural.
Okay. All right, there's my idea of the
Yeah. Agnes, what is the effective lighting from your lantern?
It's a standard lantern. I apologize. I don't have it here. I will find it right away.
It is probably a hooded lantern, I believe.
Probably.
Bright 30, dim 30.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah.
30. Just because this map wasn't built for you guys to do in the dark. Whatever you want to do.
What?
Yeah. So, following Quill, what's your marching order?
I presume the survivalist is going first, and then I'd probably be close behind.
Okay.
Agnes is going to be in the middle.
I'll go third.
Hoots is going to put Agnes in the middle.
I was going to say, please don't leave me at the back. I'm going to get left behind.
I'm assuming because of my trudging ahead that I'm in front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm behind you.
Yeah.
Hoots, are you on the ground? Or are you in the air?
I'm on the ground.
Okay. I like it. So the 10-foot tall trees that are full of like king cobras don't harass you. You're just like,
I've got my
I'd
combat
like-
crocs. I'm here to jam.
As we start entering in, I'd like to leave a druidic message on the first large tree on the edge of the outside the house, and just leave a short message saying we went in search of the golden tool. We left it sundown in this direction. And then
I love this because Melissa and I talk about these sorts of things for actual hiking, like best practices and things like that.
so she's going to leave a druidic message on the first tree, and then Auntie Faer, if she decides to come, will get it.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Yeah, you work your way through a massively overgrown path, and half the time you're sinking to your knees in muck, and for the shorter of you, it is a little more challenging. Durn, it's more annoying than anything else, but you're also significantly heavier than everybody else, so when you get stuck, it's a fucking problem. I need an athletics check from everybody.
Do I get any kind of advantage from my gumboots?
You know what?
Oh.
The DC is 1 lower for you because you're wearing gumboots.
Ooh.
That's
You
Me
said
and Dude
athletics?
were having a bad time.
Oh no.
15.
Oh no.
All right. Not a very high DC. I was shooting for a 10. Quill, you're fine.
No one else.
Durn is stuck.
You push for half an hour through this bullshit, and Quill's doing okay. He's like going to a log, jump into a log, jump into a log, jump into a log. He's got the toe beans that really just like they're tactical toe beans.
Tactical toe beans.
Everybody else suffers a point of exhaustion from mucking through the swamp,
Oh no.
Rude.
Oh, fuck.
except for Quill. So on your character sheets, in Roll20, this wondrous tool that we use, just below. Oh, did I not turn on?
Didn't turn it on.
Son of a bitch! In the settings cog of your character sheet, on the where is the exhaustion calculator? I always fucking use it. Oh, on the right-hand side, in the top right general options thing, like 6 from the top or 6 from the bottom, it's show exhaustion tracking. Set that to on. It'll do everything for you that way.
Personally, no.
Nope.
Is it on the character sheet? You said
On the character sheet. Yep.
okay.
Is everybody still with me? Quill, you should turn yours on, even though you don't have it. Riley, are you with us? Do you need guidance?
I'm looking.
Nobody knows guidance, but I mean, I could probably help you.
Oh, there we go. Show exhaustion tracking on. There it is.
Yep. You'll now see it on the core character sheet, just underneath where your health or your hit dice are, and you can set it from level 1 to level 6. I don't recommend setting it to level 6 because you will immediately die.
Yep.
So, everybody but Quill has disadvantage on all their ability checks.
What the fuck?
It's fine. I just need to hit things with a hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, disadvantage.
No ability checks.
Oh,
on
ability.
attack.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we're rolling just that after our first 30 minutes.
Yeah.
In the swamp.
It.
Hoots is going to recommend we maybe make a camp.
Okay. What does everybody say?
Make a plan. Make a camp.
Make a camp. We are slogging through. Hold on.
How long has it been?
30 minutes.
What time is it?
I'm gonna say probably 8-ish.
Oh my gosh, the aviators.
Yep. So, I'm not telling you how to lead us here, kitty cat, but maybe, just maybe, we should slow down. I'm worried poor Agnes is going to trip in the dark, and we're going to end up losing her in the mud. And while her gumboots are awfully pretty and easy to find, the rest of her may not be.
The scene
May not be
cuts
pretty. Or
it cuts
Easy to find.
cuts to Agnes, and she's got one foot in the gumboot, and the other foot is like she's like balancing because it's stuck in the mud.
Yeah. Durn just seems to be sinking lower and lower into the mud. And it's just like he's actually about Hoots' height right now.
I don't think we can sleep on this mud. Apparently, it's deeper than we are.
There's one problem about that though. I'm not sure where there's anywhere to put a tent, it would just sink in the mud.
Then I say we go back, and we set up camp, and we do this in the morning.
Yep.
This,
The sickle will be out there, Quill. We will find the sickle, and we will bring it back.
there's no. My problem is that, like, can I see anything? Like, is there anything? Like, I've got dark vision. Can I see anything at all? That maybe an ending of the swamp and anywhere nearby, or.
Roll me a perception check at disadvantage because it's dark out.
But I got dark vision.
That's why you get to roll a perception check at disadvantage. A lot of groups forget how dark vision works.
Whatever.
And
14.
yeah, with a 14, like the group is they're struggling noticeably, and maybe Quill's probably a little frustrated by it because it's like it's not hard. You just jump from tree to tree, you just bound. It's not that hard, and so everybody's like kind of collecting themselves, and Agnes is sopping muck out of a boot, and you push ahead, and you see a bit of a clearing. It's probably 200, 300 feet up from where the group is.
Okay. I kind of turn around and go, there's a clearing up above. It shouldn't be too hard to get there.
I think that sounds lovely.
It's the clearing, or we go back 30 minutes, and I don't think we want to do any of that.
Onward.
Awesome.
Okay.
And then-
And the appropriate sound that you're actually hearing is
Well, please don't. Please.
Agnes is playing some fun little
Hard no.
game of get the boot out, but to get the boot out she has to put the lantern somewhat down so it starts sinking, so she gets a step.
and she kind of has a stick in one hand, and no, I've fucking lost this. I'm not going back for it now.
Yeah.
She is stubborn and is going to make it to the clearing.
Yeah. Durn will follow behind as best he can in this mud. Yeah, he's not happy with the look of his boots by the end. It's just caked on now at this point.
Before you is a bit of a clearing and a bog.
Oh no.
Open water, and some laid out planks that look like they were put in place as a makeshift walking bridge. Quill, off in the distance,
Yes,
you
sir.
see a bit of a structure just over here,
Okay.
just where you see me pinging on the map.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had more to say. Sorry.
Oh,
Oh. What does this structure look like? What can I see?
based on where you're at, looks like a tent of some kind on a wooden platform.
Does it look old, recently set up, abandoned, etc.?
Well, before you, all around you, lies a foggy bog. Nay, the foggiest of froggy boggies. Off the path and off in the distance, it's essentially a wooden platform constructed of shorn planks. There's a round canvas tent peeking up through all the scrub brush and vines and that, and it looks well used. The canvas is stained. It's hard to say in the dark from here. You've only really got your eyes and the flicker of Agnes's lantern. You want to approach?
I see this, and I'm assuming I noticed the obvious water and everything around me and the little bit of a thing, and I kind of take a couple steps back and I kind of turn over and go, "There's your tent over there. It's across the river. Do you want to? What do you want to do? Well, we can maybe sweep in it."
I'm gonna cast Divine Sense.
Okay.
and I'm gonna move forward slowly to cross the bridge.
Duration of divine sense, sir.
It is pretty short, but it basically what it states it does is like gives me a sense of like almost a smell. Basically, it registers on your senses like an noxious odor. If it's something evil or something like that, it is. Let's see. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
All right. What does it look like when he does this?
Durn breathes in pretty deeply and exhales like a cold kind of mist from his nostrils, and just breathes it out, and then just kind of goes, okay, time to and kind of like glowing a bit from his eyes or something like that.
Okay. You all bear witness to this, and you open yourself up to the surrounding, and you wait for that tickle across your skin that you remember. They had like a head in a box at the Bennies, and it was a zombie, and he's just like, "Rah!" That's like, can you sense it? Yeah. They close the lid. Can you sense it now? Nope. Just to get you used to the feeling.
Yeah.
And you feel no celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover.
Then Durn will cross the bridge and wave his companions along.
Please move your token where you plan to go.
Let's go there.
All right. And the rest of you?
I'd like to cast Detect Magic.
As a ritual or burning spell slot? Ritual will take you 11 minutes. Oh, wait, 10 minutes on this one.
Do we have 10 minutes, fam?
I would probably think not.
Okay. I'll just cast the spell.
And you open your senses and you feel the swamp, and everything becomes a little bit more in tune. The insects are louder, the frogs are boomy, and you look around, and Hoots has a bit of a radiance to him in a couple of spots. The rest of you not so much, and nothing within your field of vision, the 30 feet around you from where you're at, pings at all. And I'm just going to... What color is Agnes's magic again?
Like a lime green.
Lime green. Okay.
That's great.
And I'm just going to go and set that up quick. Oh, that is a lot. Wow.
Why don't we try something a little less obnoxious?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with something slightly
My
less
next
obnoxious.
choice would be like soft pink, the color of my new spotty mug.
Soft pink. You know what? I'll see if that's a
Oh,
little
that's
easier.
better. That's a
Yeah.
little rosy.
Less offensive.
That's a little detect magic-y. So, yeah. As you guys approach, Durn, Quill. Quill, roll me a perception check. Not at disadvantage.
Yes, sir.
Madam. That looks like an 8.
Shush.
Something kind of reminds you. And then it's gone. Like something tickles the back of your mind, but it's gone.
Okay. I kind of look over at Durn and go, shall we? Are we moving forward? Are we doing something else here?
Well, we need to find some shelter, and you said there's a tent over here. I think we need to approach it, at least, and see if it's something we can protect for the night.
All right, let's... Are the two of you still on the other side of the bridge?
I just moved. I'm coming behind you guys.
Hoots, if you would ever like to put your token to the air, I added a token pack in for you to use that has a little wing with a 5, a 10, a 15. to denote when you're like doing the flappy flappies.
Okay.
Yeah. Feel free
Flappy
to
flap.
apply those to yourself when we're talking if you feel like flying over a stream and stuff.
The flippity flaps.
No,
Yeah.
actually, Hoots is gonna stay glued to the back of Agnes, all battle buddy style.
All
He's
right.
just gonna hold on to the back of her sweater, keep an eye out behind them.
I like
Okay.
it.
I'm gonna move up here.
Quill, over here, you see a bundle, a big tarp, and it's it looks like it's just full of moss, wrapped up in a big tarp. It's big. It's unwieldy. It's noticeably stuffed with these soft-looking green wisps and delicate white berries.
Okay. Oh man, I hate that I'm gonna do this. But I'm gonna get a little bit closer to it, to about 5 feet away. And can I see anything else on it?
You do. It looks a little moldy.
Okay, if it looks moldy, I'm walking back.
As you got really close to it, and you got close to the tent, you go, that's Jules's tent. You smell it.
Oh, okay. Then I'm going to instead move towards the tent.
All right. And the rest of you, you still 3 feet
I-
above a bridge.
I'm going to move just within probably 10 feet of Quill and just keep my wits about me.
All right.
I'm gonna
Agnes?
be right there with him. Like
Okay.
here.
I'm
Clumping up in fireball range. I love it.
Oh, great. I'm going to kind of turn back and go, this is his tent. He was here. It must be a good place, I suppose, unless this is where he got sick. But we should probably check and see so we don't get sick.
I'm gonna use my lantern to help me look around and see on the little island what it all looks like.
As you come into range, there is something. It's not like overtly magic like Hoots' Zippo lighter. Nondescript brand, flickable lighter.
Wind resistant lighter.
Yeah. But there's a faint little bit of something, as though the spores in that mistletoe was magically encouraged.
Okay.
Magically
The
encouraged.
That is performance enhancing mistletoe.
As opposed to magically delicious.
there's a you focus for a second as you do with detect magic, and you get a faint bit of transmutation magic kind of wisping off of it. That's the feel of it.
Okay.
Durn is going to turn to Agnes and go, actually to Magnus and Quill, and basically go, is that the same, I guess turning to Quill, smell that you originally got off your friend?
It is. It is.
I
There's something over there that's kind of moldy and gross.
immediately light up a torch and throw it onto the mistletoe.
Okay. Give me a minute.
If you melt or damage her sickle,
You can't damage metal with a torch. Like
Gonna
over a
burn.
short-term burn, like a short-term burn. No, I can go put my butter knife in my over a lighter and it doesn't do anything for like minutes.
The fire does nothing to this.
Oh,
It hits this thing and it goes, and there's just kind of spores, and it stops, and the torch goes out.
Durn just stops for a second and goes, "All right."
Agnes, you remember because you batted 1,000. Russet mold can be most things like russet mold's super hard to kill.
Yeah.
Weapons and most types of damage do nothing to it. Acid, necrotic, or radiant will kill a little bit at a time. That's it. You can take a pound of salt, a gallon of alcohol, or something that cures disease, and that'll like wipe a bunch of it out. Hence why Durn Rupa's healing hands of massive awesomeness did the trick last time.
Massive healing awesome. Or massive healing of awesome. Or something like that, yeah.
Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. One of us goes into the tent and rummages around and finds the sickle and gets infected. Maybe, probably. I mean, let's be honest, the spores probably want that. But it can't win if we don't die, and I've got berries, so you just, keep the berries safe. And you just kind of go in, you get the sickle, you get infected, you get healed, and you survive.
Question. What if... actually, you know what? Durn wouldn't have this idea. Durn wouldn't... Never mind.
Can I smell any of those spores in the tent?
It's kind of all about. You got to get closer.
I'm on
standing where you're at. Look, it is slightly drizzling. It's kind of boggy. Everything is mucky, and I'm gonna say you're like waist deep, at least half mucked up. On that platform, there's a big pile of sand, and the smushy remains of a sodden campfire, and then the flap to the tent is closed right now.
Okay, I'm going to get on top and stand in front of that flap.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm going to, using my short sword, carefully poke into it to see if anything happens.
And you open it up, and you're like, and inside is your doom. No. As you look inside, you see this scrupulously organized living space. Slightly damp, and everything looks like it's covered in a light brown fuzz. It's not as bad as the mistletoe, but there's a bit of something to it. There's a low cot that sits against one side, and there's a bunch of wicker baskets that look like they nest inside of each other. Most of them are upended and being used as like a table and a stool and stuff like that. Jules would have had to carry all of this in here on his back, so everything is multifunctional.
More like multifunctional.
Yeah, you do actually catch something. It glints just a smidge off of like Agnes's lantern.
Mm-hmm.
There's something reflecting underneath the bedding of the cot.
Can I use my... If I was to go like right to the entrance of it, can I use my sword to try and poke at the thing in the bedding?
So you're holding the tent flap up, and you like so the tent is like 10 feet across.
Oh, okay.
Quick question. Quill. This is in Hoots is gonna go. Quill,
Yes?
do not step inside that tent. What are you trying to do?
Well, I figured I'd hold my breath, and then I would grab the shiny thing under the cover.
Okay. Can I offer an alternative solution to your problem instead? I learned a really cool trick where I can grab things from across the room, and I think this might be a better solution, because then no one got to touch it.
That seems like a great idea.
I guess it's better than holding my breath. Okay, that works. And I kind of like step out of the way. I'm assuming this fire is not lit.
It is not. It is drizzling. It's not like completely bullshit, but it's
So Hoots is kind of come to about here. He's gonna cast Mage Hand to the thing.
As Quill steps away, the flap kind of drops.
Shit.
So, but between the two of you,
For
if
back to
Quill
like
say-
here, hold it open.
yeah,
Quill, use your knife. Hold it
Yeah,
open.
I'll use my sword to kind of hold it open again.
all right.
And I'm just gonna.
Durn's just watching this performance in front of him, just going like, all right, yeah, this is a good idea. This is great.
Yeah, and
Agnes leans into Durn. It's like, they're a great team, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing really good job work here.
Hoots. So you see kind of a metallic glint coming from underneath the blankets,
Mhm.
and so what's it look like when Hoots uses Mage Hand?
So the magic kind of like pours out of the ring, surrounds his own hand, and then a spectral version of the same hand. No, I'm gonna redact that. As he holds up his ring, the same kind of, it's like almost like a greeny purple, like switching between aura, grows around his foot, and a spectral talon forms out.
I love it. It's like the Dickies work glove
Yeah.
for owls.
Exactly.
He's worked.
It just kind of like floats around, but it's like clawed up, like.
It's a claw game.
Yeah, and I'm gonna grab the shiny thing.
I love it. Balthazar is being hated by Streamlabs at this point.
Is he timed out again?
Stream Elements.
Oh,
yeah.
gosh.
I need to turn that shit off. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Double checking something here quick.
Balthazar, we love you.
Indeed. He's good shit. I need Quill, and I'm gonna say Agnes to roll me perception checks, please.
Durn.
Because Hoots is fucking living his best life, and Durn is like, I'm all about this.
Yeah, Durn's just like, oh my god.
Agnes, you're like, look at them, they're doing it. And Quill, you notice as the hand grabs around the glinting golden sickle and starts like claw gaming it back out. Out of the corner of your eye, you look, because you're focusing on keeping the tent flap up and not touching the tent, as you see rising from the swamp behind the tent, and then unceremoniously crashing through the tent and lunging at Hoots. This thing with a like, and I need you guys to roll initiative.
Oh Jesus.
Fuck you.
So excited.
Agnes, you failed your perception check on noticing this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you are surprised.
Okay.
Am I surprised at all, or
I didn't
guess
ask you to.
wasn't big.
I didn't ask you to roll. I'm not gonna penalize you for it.
I got an 18.
Cool. Fancy trick. For rolling initiative, when the turn order is up, if you select your token and then roll, it'll add it to the turn order for next time.
Okay.
This time around, I will just add you guys in at the initiative that you guys put it in at.
Sorry, we got ahead of the game and we
We're
waited for the turn
excited.
order to come in.
It is all good. Durn got a 14. There we go.
Why is-
Durn, would you set your Roll20 name to Durn so I can stop calling you Riley?
Oh yeah, I can do that. I'll do that after this game.
So, Quill's 18, Agnes is 18. What's your dex, Agnes?
My dex? 2.
Is it 2?
14.
14. Quill, what's your dex?
Oh, baby. My dex is a sweet 16.
I like it.
You're first. I like that better. I'm surprised.
And Hoots, what's your dex?
It's gonna be a 2 or a 14, but a 2 modifier.
Cool. I like it. With that, let's get some bitchin' terror in the swamps.
I also
Definitely.
like how you didn't ask the paladin what their dex was.
Look, man.
We appreciate you. You do some really good things.
I'm slow in multiple ways with this character. It's fine.
Quill,
Yes.
you notice as this thing lunges forward, and the tent basically collapses.
Oh, it's
and
a biggin.
the sickle clatters down. I'm gonna throw some handout at you here. Rising up out of the undermarsh and crawling out from underneath that platform, you will see a handful of little ones. And I'm just going to move some tokens around here because they're not all swarming Quill.
Sure.
And the little ones look like this.
I mean, smash or pass, Roots.
Well, I mean, you know.
Agnes is kind of enamored.
Smash.
Yeah, Durn's also a smash. Smash the hammer.
And I'm gonna throw some art up of both of them together because they are everything that I want. So they are not the largest of things, but
Oh, those things are ugly.
yeah,
They're so
and they're big, four-eyed tiger dog looking shenanigan thing. They are spindly vine looking creatures that are made of bullshit. And I'm just going to roll initiative for all of them here quick. And we can get things underway. Please think about the things that you would like to have written back to your families after you die.
I was gonna say, this makes me nervous from the message that you sent us earlier before the stream, which contained the words, "If you survive today."
I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to play your Dungeons and Dragons. Don't tell me how to...
He starts the session by saying, "Would you like to retcon the last 4 decisions?" And we're like, "No."
No retcon, even if I die, but I'd be very sad if I die, because I just had character.
All right.
Oh,
There we go.
Oh, fuck me. Also, why is she before me? I rolled higher than her on that dex.
Oh, it's because it reordered you. There we go. And that's why Durn is before Hoots, of course. Because that should never happen. So the veggie pygmy. The one that... Veggie pygmy. Having advantage on stealth checks. It slides out. This is a small creature. So it's about like a nose-to-nose sort of deal with Quill. It's made of these spindly vines, and it looks like it's got kind of a half gourd for a head, and it comes up, and it's got just these long razor-looking claws on it, and it turns and it looks at you, and it swings a claw out. That's going to be a 15 to hit Quill. Quill?
I was muted. That does not hit.
All right. That's what it does. You're up.
Cool. So it slashes at me. I'm not engaged with the big boy, right? Because he hasn't attacked me. He's just there.
You are within 5 feet of the big boy for the purpose of ranged attacks. Yes.
Yes. Okay. As this
And
thing
if you ran away from it, it hasn't had a turn in combat yet, so it wouldn't get a reaction from you.
No, that's fine. I already have my sword out. This thing kind of crawls up and swings at me. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna swing around and like kind of slash at it with my short sword.
Mm-hmm.
A
A 14 will hit.
Nice. And that'll be 7 piercing damage. And I'm going to...
You find that as you drive your piercing damage into it. It actually only does 3.
Okay.
Oh.
Hold on a second here.
It is resistant to piercing damage.
I'm going to mark it as my favorite foe.
Using a bonus action?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, sorry, it just happens when I hit a creature. There's no...
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
New ranger stuff.
Yes, so I'm going to mark that type of thing as my favorite foe. I'm going to notice as I kind of claw into this thing, it doesn't, or slash the thing, it doesn't really react as much. And I'm just going to kind of let out of a, and I'm going to quickly with my free hand tuck Lou deep inside my shoulder pads, and kind of pull my weapon back up and my turn.
Okay. And it is for this one enemy, not these kinds of enemies.
That is correct.
Cool. So you can feel free to roll me a d4.
On the first go, I thought it's one for every additional.
First time on each of your turns that you hit a favorite enemy, you can increase the damage by a d4. You know what? I'm not sure entirely. I'm going to give it to you. Roll a d4.
How do I do that on roll? I see it. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm a dummy. 4.
Woo! Cool. So the damage type follows the piercing. So instead of 7, you did 9. So we'll bump that a little.
Cool. And I will pass my turn.
All right. Agnes,
Oh, right.
you are concentrating on detect magic right now.
Shoot. I am doing that. I'm gonna have to drop it. Yeah.
Are you
I'm
going to concentrate on something else instead?
Well, I'm gonna cast a spell. So
You can
tell
still
it.
cast spells and still concentrate as long as it's not a concentration spell.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're. Sorry, everybody.
All good.
Okay. All right. We're doing this on Big Buddy. Big Buddy.
All right. A 23 will absolutely hit this Thorny. For 3 points of fire damage. As it hits, you notice it singes away a lot of the, like, it's basically a tangled mass of vines and fangs and teeth. And the vines are like, fuck no, bud. And they go away. It did full damage.
Okay.
You did 3
That
points
will
of
end
fire
my
damage.
turn.
Cool. Hoots! In Hoots we trust.
Hoots is gonna go, oh fuck no, bud, and back up.
Point of clarity: Are you still flying 15 feet in the air?
Yes.
Okay. I like it. So you were like mage handing from
The air.
sky.
It was like literally like full on claw machine. Like,
Okay.
let's do
I like
this.
like it.
So I'm gonna go 1 back, and I'm gonna go another. I'm using the. We'll go another 20 up. Sure. Hold on.
You can combine those if you want to.
Yeah. That was the plan. And I mean, it worked so well that straight in front of him he's gonna cash. Oh no, I don't know how that will work. DM point of clarification. If Hoots casts Tasha's Caustic Brew directly in front of him, being 35 feet in the air.
It would be a line straight down.
Okay.
Non-Euclidean geometry. So you're not gonna. You're basically covering the distance. You would hit the thing and then like a little bit behind him. Are you thinking of maybe trying to hit both of these fellers right here?
I was.
You would have to kind of, instead of going up into the air, float over to the left of where the campfire is to be able to hit them both. Where you're at, you could hit one of them.
Yeah, you know what? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Tasha's Caustic Brew just on the big boy there.
Okay. That is acid damage. He's probably going to need to make a saving throw.
Yeah, so you need to make a DC 13 dex save.
That would be a 10. So he takes 4 points of acid damage.
And so every turn until it uses a full action to... What are you guys doing?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I clicked it. I just wanted to try and read it. I apologize.
Oh, okay. So yeah, every... here, I'll share it so chat can see.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so he's gonna sit there and concentrate. So because the creature is covered, and as long as I can hold concentration up to a minute, or until the creature uses an action to scrape or wash the acid off of itself, the creature's covered acid and takes 2d4 acid damage at the start of each of its turns.
Yeah, he does. He's brewed. I like. You know, I want to say because he's brewed, I don't have the beer one handy. That's too bad because he's brewed. No. All right, here we go. And Agnes.
It's gonna be the end of my turn.
All right, Durn.
Durn takes his hammer, both hands, and just does one of those kind of jumping leaps with the hammer, going straight for the head, screaming as loud as he can, which I'm not going to do on screen. And just will roll to hit. 15.
You know, a 15 will absolutely hit a thorny.
Okay, well then he will take 8 damage.
That is bludgeoning damage.
That is correct.
He does take 8 bludgeoning damage. I like this. Almost all of them have their turn in order.
Yeah. Does the slam down, and then Durn will also, scream out something along the lines of, "By the dragon's silver hammer!"
I like it. And you're sticking around there?
Yeah, Durn will stick around there. He'll just try and be in its face.
Okie dokie.
With its giant hammer, with his hammer in his hands.
Okie dokie. This veggie pygmy that crawled out right here, just to the right of Durn, it's like... And it starts, like, hauling bog ass. Swamp ass. It's hauling swamp ass over to you. And it goes... It brings down its claws at you. And...
Just slams my own hammer against my body.
That's a 9. So, that's its turn. The Thorny. At the start of its turn? At the start
of each of its turns, yeah.
Please roll me 2d4, sir. 3. Okay.
Yeesh.
You notice against the acid, parts of it start growing back, and then it hits a charred part and it stops. But the acid doesn't seem to be preventing it from regenerating every turn. So that's the start of its turn, and it turns and it looks and it sees Hoots up in the air and it can't reach you. It turns and it bites into Durn.
It attempts to bite into Durn.
That's 22.
It bites.
We spoke about 2 seconds too soon.
That'll be about 6 points of piercing damage to Durn. All right. And this veggie pygmy to the back is going to come crawling up over to where Quill is. Swings its claws at you. That's an 8. And you see, like, it left part of its leg on, like, it caught it on the wood, and it just grows back as it steps up to hit you.
Lovely.
The one that you hit for a bunch of damage last turn, it's its turn now.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes, and it recovers.
Like 100%?
Doesn't look like it, but it's knitting itself back together. And that's at the start of its turn. So, how you doing?
Fuck you.
And it goes, and I rolled another fucking 8. Cool.
I'm invincible.
As Quill's about to start his turn, Durn does yell back at him, "Get out of the way!"
I'm surrounded on 3 sides. I will have 3 attack of opportunities if I try to do anything here.
Try to get out of the way!
I need to interject. Canadian policing, we've got you on 3 sides. If you figure out the side we're not on, you're free to go.
I am going. So I had slashed this thing. Do the stones that Agnes gave me still work?
No.
It is a cantrip that lasts for as long as she's thinking about that cantrip.
Okay. Then I'm going to take my sword again, and with my favorite enemy, I'm just gonna kind of just like keep panic, just like and just like smacking down on this thing.
It was relatively easy to hit.
24.
And roll me an extra d4 of damage, please.
Oh, I will. 2.
Cool. So that's a whole 5 points of damage.
Cool. If the big boy is engaged with Durn, does he still get an opportunity to attack on me?
Absolutely.
That's a silly rule.
There's no facing in 5e. If you want that, play GURPS. We can play with optional facing rules. I'm familiar with them intimately. You won't like it. I promise you won't like it.
It's fine. I'm gonna stay where I am because I don't want to prompt those 3 extra attacks that they're just gonna move up on me and do again anyways. So I'm going to, because I'm a lowly level 1 with nothing else I can do, I'm going to end my turn.
Okay. Agnes, how you feeling, girl?
Great. You know, it's
Having a
really
good day?
It's amazing how resilient the creatures of the swamps are, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
This is going at the one that's now blocked my view of the big guy.
The power of nature.
He's a
Produce
true
flame
horrible
and
fool.
sorry, the big
No,
boy or
the little one in front of Durn.
Okay. You absolutely hit that thing for 2 points of fire damage.
That's what I can do.
All right.
I apologize.
It is all good. Hoots!
Hoots is gonna take notice of the fact that the burned bits aren't going, and because it's a cantrip, and having heard Agnes say the power of nature, Hoots is gonna point his ring while holding concentration on attached and go, "Nah, power of napalm," and cast firebolt on
I like it. On Big Boy?
the big boy.
Unfortunately, an 8. Does you no good, bud. And Smokey the Bear shows up and it's like, I told you once, I told you 1,000 times.
Why is your Smokey the Bear Irish?
Because I said so. Also, from a census perspective, and for the time that Smokey the Bear was put in, he was probably Irish. All right, Hoots, anything else for you? Are you happy being where you're at? You want to move?
So far, he thinks nothing can hit him, so
right.
Hoots isn't gonna move.
All right. I like it. Suddenly a tree sprouts out below Hoots and murders him intimately. Durn Rupa.
Durn is going to take a very deep breath in. And in a 15-foot cone, hit 1, 2, 3. If possible.
I don't think you're going to hit that last one to the right of Quill. If you want to hit the one right beside you.
Okay.
But you could hit the big boy and the small boy.
I couldn't angle the cone that way, I guess? No.
He's a little big, and so you basically go 1 square, 2 squares, 3 squares.
Okay. Yeah, I will still do the breath weapon.
All right. So throw it in the chat for me, please, sir.
Yes, I can.
It's going to be a dexterity saving throw.
Yes, it is, and it's against. I'm just trying to figure out where my number is. Let's see. DC equals 8 plus your Constitution modifier.
Yes.
So
Plus your proficiency.
11. Oh, my proficiency bonus is 2, so 13.
15. So the thorny made it. Bet you pygmy's fucked. Roll me a d10, please.
Come on, big whammy. Oh.
Oof. You notice that as the cold rocks over them, let's see, takes half as much. So the big boy still takes 1. The cold bits don't seem to be moving anymore, recovering. So the fire seemed to do the trick. The cold seems to do the trick.
It would have been nice if I had another cold spell.
It's a thing. You have a breath that you can use twice per long rest, so it's a thing.
Is it twice?
A number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, because you're not playing
Ooh.
Hockey Player's Handbook Dragonborn anymore.
All right then. Well, I got one more in me. All right.
Didn't blow your load. All right. This veggie pygmy right here does not recover all of its hit points at the start of its turn, and instead it's like, and it's tired of Agnes's bullshit. throwing flames at it. It's gonna step down, and it like.
It provokes an attack of opportunity.
It does not.
Because he's
It's
still
only
in my
5
friend.
feet.
Oh, it's so much.
Durn can still whammy hammer it.
No,
That is a critical hit.
I suppose that hit.
No!
That is going to be 10 points of slashing damage.
Please tell me that's the double.
Yeah, like total.
It doesn't matter. Agnes falls
Wham!
to the ground.
Oh shit! Right, we're level 1.
What?
God.
Agnes has 10 hit points.
Oh,
She's a druid, not a ranger. All right,
shit.
that's its turn. The Thorny's like, roll me 2d4, bud.
Agnes, no.
4.
So the Thorny's like, and it just blorts out all across the tent, and it covers Quill in just this like viscera as it dies.
What?
Oh, we are still fighting very weak monsters, but we're also weak as hell.
You are level 1 characters fighting level appropriate CR things. They've got regeneration. They don't got a lot of hit points, and you know, it's a thing. It just took 4 acid damage at the start of its turn. It's fucking dead. Cool.
Thank you, Hoots.
So that's the thing. This veggie pygmy right here is like, and swings in on Quill.
Rolls an 8.
10.
We're all
And
not hitting very well, which is nice.
But neither are we.
this one over here, seeing what's happening, you see its arm elongate, and it reaches down into the bog, and it goes and pitches a sling stone up at Boots. Because veggie pygmies are awesome low-level things. And it uses its like that. It's at disadvantage because you're outside of its effective range. So that's an 11 to hit you.
That's not going to hit.
All right. That's what it does. Also, it had disadvantage anyway for making a ranged attack within 5 feet of Quill. Quill, you're up. You saw Agnes go down,
Yeah,
and he got some veggie pygmies.
I did.
I will say, for the point of your positioning, that golden sickle is somewhere underneath that beast's body.
Great. Well, I'm still engaged with 2 people. And I still I would love to just fucking run down, but Durn's got her. He's by her. He'll help her out.
How?
Killing the dude right by her.
Okay.
There's nothing I can do in my current position. However, being Quill, I am going to run anyways towards her at this guy here.
Someone protect that cat.
So, sorry. Disengage, run?
Well, I'm just gonna move and disembowel. They get their opportunity attacks.
All right. They
'Cause
will
I can't.
All right. You can disengage to avoid that, but I trust
I
you.
want to be able to swing. I'm not thinking. I'm just like, oh no,
That is a 22 to hit you
that hits.
and a 19 to hit you.
That hits.
That's 6 points of slashing damage total.
Okie doke.
Let's run away.
Yep. I'm gonna come up on this thing here,
Brave Sir Robin.
and I'm going to come down on it with my sword again.
Okay. You do not have favorite enemy on this feller.
That is correct for a 20.
Yep, that's
With
3
7
points of damage.
piercing damage. And I'm gonna mark it as my favorite enemy.
You can roll a d4 now.
Yes, doodle.
You have used all your uses of it.
Additional 2.
Okay. Additional 1.
Okie doke.
Okay. That's your turn.
Oh, first death saving throw.
Agnes, roll me a death save.
That's a
That's
success.
a success for the moment.
Hush you.
All right, so we implemented
We have
a
the
thing
power
on
of Hoots Force on our
Yeah, we do.
side.
In
Fine.
Hoots we trust.
In Hoot we trust.
We implemented this thing for a Strahd campaign where the DM rolls all of your death saving throws in private, just whispered through Roll20, and I love it because
Oh my gosh.
it removes the whole idea of like, she's at 2 death saves, you gotta go now, let's dictate your turn. It's you don't know if the first one was a 1, you don't know if the second one was a 1 until you get to her dead body.
I almost
So-
died in like session 2.
It was great. Agnes, so you rolled a success at the start of your turn. That's your turn. Hoots!
Okay. Hoots is gonna go here, and then drop.
You're 35 feet up.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, I was here, right?
Mhm.
It's 1, 2, 3, 15. And
You're moving at an angle. I mean, it's if you're dropping close to the ground.
yeah, I'm gonna move my basically my excuse my own thing. Basically, I'm gonna use my full 30 movement to get here and down. So that would be what? Come on. That takes me down to 20 feet, right?
If you're going at an angle,
Yeah.
you can basically drop down to where you like. Like, what are you trying to do?
I'm still trying to be a little up in the air. So I'm like 10 feet off the ground still, basically.
Sure. Yep.
There's
That
a
makes
lot of
sense.
heights.
Yeah. So you're 10 feet up, you're flapping up, and you see Agnes on the ground. And you see
Yeah.
this little fucker that's like looming over her
And
with beady eyes and beady claws.
I'm gonna cast Fireball on it. Or Firebolt on it. Not Fireball.
All right.
Several
got-
levels too
I
high.
was about to say, are you trying to kill all the us?
Everyone.
Who's supposed to be PG the whole time?
Ooh. It's gonna be a dirty
One.
6.
That is the dirtiest of sixes.
A nat 1, baby.
No, I will say no.
And that's gonna be the end of my turn.
All right.
Oh, you are lenient with nat 1s. I'm horrible with them when I do it.
All right.
there's an agreed upon rule set of like how do you want to do critical failures, and we did not talk about that, so I'm not doing anything with it. Durn, there's a beady-eyed creature staring down Agnes, and you have a fell bow in front of you.
I am going to pull my shield out, and using my hammer as a one-handed hammer.
So it is an action to equip your shield.
It is an action to equip my shield? Okay.
It is. Is that what you want to do?
No.
I haven't been able to hit you thus far.
Okay, Durn is going to move up and be in the way of the other two, and then smash down on this guy.
Smash or pass? Smash!
11.
An 11 does not hit this little feller.
Okay, then as a... can Durn just kind of, like, stand in the way and just start making, like, a huge commotion to try and draw the other ones to him?
Well, you are the nearest target, so sure, absolutely.
Okay, yeah,
Hold on.
Durn's just smashing his hammer against him to kind of make noise and things like that, and just stand in the way.
And it turns... Agnes, what's your AC?
15.
15. Cool. And it sees you, and it sees Quill, and it sees Hoots like shooting, and it's like... "Ah!" And it drives a claw down into Agnes's body. That's a 13. 14 with advantage. And it like bounces off the messenger bag, and it's like clawing at it and like tearing through the
It was a
the
mason
material.
jar. She was saved by a mason jar.
You know what? Yes.
Yeah.
It crashes in, and a mason jar is rent in two. And what falls out of that mason jar, Agnes, and tumbling to the ground?
There's 3 very, very smooth stones, a jagged piece of shale, and a funny-looking bone that looks almost human.
I like it. Yeah, because the bad guys want to win. Also, it did not take any fire, cold, or other damage.
And not to be
That's
that
great.
person, but he doesn't get an auto hit on anything because I'm like down and out.
He has advantage on the hit, and if he hits, it's a crit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You still have an AC. It still kind of helps.
It did help.
And this pygmy that has not been hit at all steps forward, and it sees Durn's commotion and goes, "Rawr!" and he tries to dig into you,
Okay.
stabbing you with it. That's some bullshit right there.
Ha.
I rolled 2 natural 20s on it. On the same
What?
attack. Yeah.
What?
Because in roll 20, we're all rolling with advantage.
Yeah.
And
No.
damage. So you take 8 points of slashing damage from this fella, from a critical hit.
Durn's down.
Oh no.
Durn, as he goes to, I don't know, try and block it or something like that, it just does some kind of slippy thing and just knocks him right in the chest.
This
Durn's
veggie
down to his
pygmy
knee.
comes crawling over. And so he's still got his sling action going, and he sees Hoots, and he's and it shoots out. And we sling. That's a 12.
Does not hit.
Does not hit. All right. Quill. Durn drops.
Yeah. Sorry, stressing out. Fuck. Okay,
Can we have like an in between turns like shout out really quick? Are we allowed that?
Absolutely.
Hoots calls out to Quill and goes, "Take care of the slimy fucker. I've got her."
Okay. And what's the disadvantage again for a bow? It's more than
For
like if I want to shoot one of these guys that I'm not currently engaged with, is that going to be
disadvantage because you've got a guy immediately beside you.
okay? Well, I can't prompt another attack, Hoots. So I kind of look up and I go, "I'm sure I got no choice," and I just like swing back with my sword again at this guy.
Yeah, that's what he was telling you to do.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant like you got the guy unhurt. Then never mind. I still misheard it, but I'm trying to be,
That's fair.
Anyways, for a 14,
That will hit.
so that's 9 plus another D4 of 3.
12 brings it to 6, which is what it had.
Perfect. So,
Now, let me clarify something for your viewing pleasure, because you would know. Cool. You've seen these things regenerate. You know what's happening next.
no, I don't.
You've dropped it to 0 hit points and it slushes to the ground. And you see it starting to slowly move because it hasn't taken fire or cold or other damage. On its turn, fucker's getting back up.
Okay, I call up to Hoots as I'm moving back. And as I kind of run back from it, I go, "It's not dead. It's moving still. I don't know why it's moving." And as I'm like kind of panic scrambling backwards, and so I've moved, I've attacked. I'm assuming I can't draw my bow until next turn, which is fine.
You can. You'd have to drop your sword to do it in the muck. You do have an interact with objects still if you have something to like. If you have fire, if you have
Well, can I?
different
You
weapon you want
mentioned
to
my
use.
tail is movable. Can I not kind of?
It is not a prehensile tail.
There's a lit lantern that fell to the ground.
But I mean, like, can I not like have my tail just sit underneath it to keep it from like not like hold it, but like kind of like keep it from sinking in the mud?
If you're not moving anywhere, sure.
Sure. I'm gonna drop that, kind of have my tail kind of sit on the ground underneath it to keep it from sinking.
Yep.
And then draw my bow.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
You are bowed. Agnes, roll me a death saving throw. That's a 16. That's a success. Boots, you're up. You see this thing that Quill just dropped start to twitch and move. And you see Durn's down.
It's up to you.
I'm going to... Hoots is going to have to assume that the lady with all of the potions and everything probably can do healing herself afterwards, but he needs her up first. So he's going to drop the rest away to the ground and cast Cure Wounds.
All right, roll it. Agnes has 1 spell slot left after burning Detect Magic earlier.
Don't talk about that. We're fine. This is fine.
It will also show up as an attack, I believe, on your attacks.
It was. Sorry, I broke it. Give me 2 seconds here.
Sure. This 11. You are healed for more than your maximum hit points. Yeah.
Amazing.
Right, now Hoots is technically landed.
All right.
Her eyes plug open, and she's like, "Oh, hello, Hoots! I just had the most wonderful dream."
So you use 10 feet of movement to land at the ground. You still have 20 left. Do you want to kick it back up again, or?
Yeah, Hoots is going to go back into the air.
All right. Agnes, as you like come to, you see Durn is like face down in the mud. Hammer is like out there somewhere. And Quill is not where he was a moment ago. It's like off behind you and has drawn a bow and it's like, it's moving. And just off to the side, you see this little veggie pygmy start to like slowly rise up out of the ground again with a big sword slash through it.
Okay.
Durn, roll me a death saving throw, please. That's 10. That's fine. At the start of its turn, because it hasn't taken fire damage, or cold or other.
Yeah, it did. Didn't it? From the breath
Not,
weapon?
not the one that you just
Not previously.
no. It has to take it the previous round for its regeneration to not function, just like trolls. The one that Quill just downed goes. Uses half of its speed to get up. It swings at Agnes.
It can regenerate, and that's not its fucking turn.
Yeah. Yep. At the start of its turn. That's an 11 on Agnes.
Miss.
Alright. That's... This one's at full health. He's still in sling mode, and once again going to piff it off of Hoots. That is a dirty 20.
That'll hit.
That's going to be 4 points of bludgeoning damage on Hoots.
Okay.
Alright. This fella jumps down on top of Durn's not moving body and shakes its butt at him just a little bit.
Rude.
And takes its hand and goes and puts it down into it.
Damn, you're dirty. I've never attacked a downed player before.
I counterspell Revivify, motherfucker.
18 AC. Bring
That
it,
is
buddy.
a 14 with advantage. I believe without the shield you have a 16 AC, but still, the point stands.
Yes.
And it clangs off of the Dragonborn's chainmail. Quill, you're up. Something is attacking your friend, and Agnes is up. That thing you just killed got back up. You
Yeah.
saw that fire worked. You saw
Yeah.
that cold worked.
I
What do you-
yelled to Hoots as I'm drawing my arrow, and I go, I think you need to hit it with something that's like a little bit more warm, preferably fire. I suppose.
I am the most passive. I love it. I love it so much.
But you gotta do something. I can't seem to kill it, and I don't. Oh my god! And I just like pull my bow. I'm gonna fire it back. I'm not gonna fire it at the one that just stood up.
Okay.
I'm gonna fire it at the one because if I just deal damage, it's not fire. It's just not gonna matter. So I'm gonna fire at the one currently on Durn.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. Would that still be my favorite enemy technically?
You can have one at the. Let me read favorite enemy quick.
No, but I mean the guy that I downed and then he came back to life. Is he still my favorite enemy?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna say, I'm gonna hit him and you go ban him, something like that. And I kind of throw my bow out and I hit him with the bow. I'm not within disadvantage range, correct?
No, you're good.
Perfect. And I'm gonna hit for. Nope.
All right. That is a 9.
Well, okay. I'm gonna move, I guess, a little further back because I'm having a hard time.
All right.
And I'm just gonna end my turn like a dingus because I'm level 1 with nothing.
Agnes, Durn is down. You have a little guy in front of you, and Quill has told you to use fire. The power of fire.
Agnes,
What do you got?
Agnes stands up, brushes off her coat, and says, "Get off my friend," at the one standing on top of my friend.
Whoa!
Yeah.
So I will say, you are throwing at disadvantage because it is a ranged attack and you're within 5 feet. But
No, not
16
that one, the one behind it.
Uh-huh. You still have an opponent within 5 feet of
Alright,
you.
alright.
But you
Okay.
hit.
And
And
as the
it
bo-
just like cinders out and ashes away. Oh, that's the wrong one. Durn is the one that's hexed out.
I'm not dead yet.
And as my bonus
Not dead
action,
yet.
I will cast Healing Word on Durn.
Oh, that one dies.
You get 4 points, Durn.
That's better than nothing. Durn, like, pulls himself up from the mud. He's angry now, and he's just like,
All right, resource check.
something's dying.
Durn's tapped. Quill is out of his favorite foe. Agnes is almost tapped. You still got 1 trick left. And Hoots, you're about half spent.
I've got no full spells left.
Oh, I see.
I've just got
Oh,
cantrips.
that's right. That's right. Cool. I like it. Agnes, did you want to move at all?
No.
You
No.
cannot use Misty Step.
Nope. I know. I just went and double checked. Nope. I'm gonna just stay where I am.
Hoots, you're up.
Okay, Hoots is gonna go further a few feet up. Make that a nice even 50. Oops. I keep forgetting I have to remove the first one. And cast Firebolt on the guy in front of Agnes.
Okay. That'll hit, and his 3 remaining hit points are spent. And you see the fire just like ash through him, and he hits the slop, and it drops.
Durn's pissed. Durn's going to smash.
Not gonna
very
pass?
hard. Not gonna pass. 10.
Unfortunately, a 10 does not smash.
Still shaking from your recent death.
Yeah. Durn's still having like vision kind of blurry, and just he hits where the creature was, and just splats it more.
There's a there's a moment where you're like, so ugly even the Hulk wouldn't smash, but that doesn't fit Durn because he's not from around here, or
No,
not from
no.
around here.
He's not from
So.
around here.
Yarth.
Yarth.
Vigipigme is like, and it's gonna abandon its sling arm and drive its claws into Durn's spongy flesh. That is a 22 to hit Durn.
Stop.
For
Roll a 1, please.
5 points of slashing damage.
5 points of slashing damage. 0. Durn's down.
Ah! Wham! Alright.
Durn up, down, up, down, up, down.
Up, down, up, down.
Gonna
Quill,
have a headache tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
what you got, bud?
I am going to continue with my bow, and I'm
You're going?
another arrow towards that boy. And
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
22. And
All right.
It is my favorite enemy, and roll that extra d4. Oh, I
I
can't.
believe you are out
No,
of
I
those.
can't do that. Well, I'm gonna hit him for 2, I guess, because of my friggin'.
Yep. It does also, as a reminder, if you ever end up leveling up to level 2, favorite enemy counts as concentrating on a spell. So you can't use it while you're concentrating and vice versa. And we're gonna screw it up at least a couple of times. But,
That's
It's
fine. Don't say if. You're supposed to be on ours.
am I?
No, you're
Anything.
supposed to be neutral.
Anything else? That's why I'm just saying. I'm not saying you're gonna die. I'm saying, if.
Yeah. I'm gonna stay where I am because I'm balancing a sword on my tail.
Alright.
Just shove a bunch of good berries in Durn's mouth. He's fine.
Agnes.
I've got a pocket full of good berries. So the first thing I'm gonna do is be like, now you get off my friend. Okay, order of operations. I want to go to Durn, but I also want to shoot this guy. So we're gonna shoot first, move after.
Already?
Shoot first. 12?
12 does not hit. It's like,
Still. Oh right, feed the good berries takes an action.
it does.
Oops.
Don't worry, Durn's fine for a turn.
No, he's not.
Is he?
I don't know if he's fine.
Shush.
I don't know if he's fine. I'm going close by. I don't know if he's fine. I'm gonna go right there.
Agnes has the most hit points out of everybody.
Yep, I'm gonna go right there. I'll be there with the good berries next turn. Can I say I have a handful of good berries?
Interact with an object, you take a single good berry out of your pouch, because it is an action to feed one at a time.
Okay. I have a good berry in my hand.
I can just see Agnes just opening up the maw. Stop.
Yep. Oh, that will end my turn.
Whoops.
Yeah, let's do that. Boots is gonna move to
Circle strafe, circle strafe, circle strafe.
there. And yeah, firebolt. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
It goes past and lands into the corpse of the big thorny, and it's just like starting to ash out because so many people have missed.
Yeah.
You see a glint from where you're at off of Agnes's lantern of a little golden sickle underneath the body of that big creature. Durn, roll me a death saving throw.
19.
That'll do.
If it was a 20, that'd be great.
You can also roll death saving throws from your character sheet, and they'll track your results.
I was pressing the button. It didn't do it. Oh, whoops. There it is. Okay, no.
The veggie pygmy is like, fuck this guy. That's a 21 to hit Durn.
That's 2 death saves.
That's 2 death saves gone. And it looks at you and so. That's its turn. Well.
Is that seriously 2 death saves gone, did you say?
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't they reset each time you die?
They
Yep,
do,
but you just
thankfully.
lost 2 from taking a critical hit
Oh, fuck.
Auto
and being
crit.
attacked while down.
Okay. Can I use my tail to, like, flick my sword to the driest looking ground, or is that an action?
You know what? From where you're standing right here, it's fine. It's not gonna like sink into the bog and be lost forever.
Okay, I'm gonna drop my sword, and I'm going to move up to Durn. And I'm going to, how many good berries can you feed a man?
1. And I have 1 in my hand.
Okay, I'm going to give him one of the good berries I was given.
They're only good for 24 hours. You have to take the one I have.
Yeah.
No, you
She
wasn't that
did
the-
not
We didn't-
redistribute
We
good
didn't
berries.
say it. We
after
didn't
you guys.
redistribute.
We didn't take a rest.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
On our way
We
to
did. No,
We took a
didn't,
rest.
Deborah.
We took a rest. We all took watch. There were some lovely conversations.
And then nobody said that they were handing out good berries to people again.
I cast the good berry, like I replenished my good berries. I didn't redistribute. Quill, I have one in my hand.
What can I do to...
Interact with an object to take it from Agnes. Use your action to pump it into Durin's face hole.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
1 HP.
Lord.
I'm going
And it some small mix of like swamp mud, a little bit of cat hair, and then a mushy like mistletoe berry make their way into Durn. And Durn, you're at a single hit point.
Durn is coughing up mud and cat hair. Not the mistletoe berry, but like just coughing up things, and just his breath still smells minty because I mean, frost breath.
All right, Quill, you still probably have a little bit of movement left. Are
Can I
you
attack
good where
Frost?
you're at?
Pepper is
No,
like
I'm gonna head up there, grab this berry, shove it in his mouth, and then I'm gonna jump back a little bit, and that's where I will end my turn.
All right. I will say, if you're moving through any of the watery parts of the map, it's probably difficult terrain, but you're not, so it's fine. Agnes.
I just need to back up far enough that I can range attack this guy with. I think I'm okay where I am, but I'll take a step back.
We lost
Oh.
Quill.
Yep.
We lost a Quill
There
for a
he is.
second.
I'm back.
There
You,
he is.
you will say what?
You did not, or you would not have taken disadvantage from standing where you were standing.
I don't know why I'm having trouble with this tonight, but I am having trouble with
If
this
your
tonight.
token
I apologize.
orders another token, that's where it is.
Okay, so let's shoot him in the face.
21 will shoot him in the face for 7 points of fire damage, which is how many hit points he has left. How you want to do this?
Agnes is calmer now that she's seen the good berry make it into her friend. Be like, it was such a nice night too. And then shoots him in the face.
You see, it's like ah, poof, and it loses its face, and the rest of its body is like. And he just like saunters off back into the water without a face. And
And she kind of turns to her friends. Isn't nature wonderful?
isn't nature?
Durn with just the unhappiest face you've ever seen. Just like, yes, wonderful.
And Agnes grabs the small pouch off her side and tosses you a bag of good berries. have a few.
How many do you have left?
I have 18 left.
Okay.
Can I eat a couple of those?
I
His first says
offer
you-
Quill, and I eat 5 or 6.
Quill, just so it's said, you are easily able to recover your sword from its resting place.
Yes.
And I'm going to say pretty much all of your arrows, because these things were spongy.
Doke. Even the ones I missed and flew off into the whatever.
Yeah. You're using a short bow.
Okay,
You're
it
fine.
is 8 o'clock.
It's a longbow.
Yes.
Oh, it is, yeah. It is 8 o'clock. Why don't we rest here for a minute? We'll take a short rest. We'll take a short rest. You guys, no. We'll revisit you guys in 10 minutes. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
That's lovely.
Yes, please.
Oh.
I gotta pee.
Same.
That was
Hence the 8-minute or the 8 o'clock
Yeah.
warning.
that was a pretty fast 2 hours. So,
Was it fast? It didn't feel.
that's fine. Cool. All right. So thank you, everybody. We will be back in 10 minutes for some bio and other things, and then we'll see if there's anything else living underneath the cabin platform that's going to murder them outright.
I'll kill you.
Bring it. You're level 1.
And close.
says.
And that's when I bought the horse a prostitute. If you get that
I
reference,
understood
you're
that
truly-
reference.
Yeah.
I understood that reference. I have the comic books.
Me too.
Oh,
Least I could do is, oh yeah.
oh. Anyway,
So, when last we left our heroes, they valiantly defended themselves against some houseplants.
Evil
you
house
live.
plants.
they were cute.
You know, actually, let me double check that. Not evil, just straight up neutral plants. Totally a thing.
They were
As
evil.
most druidic naturey beasts are wont to do, they don't swing either way. They're just right dead set in the middle.
Laughing
Yeah.
while he was stabbing me. I don't find that to be a neutral thing.
Everybody was pretty beat down, and Agnes,
Agnes goes, oh no, oh no, oh no, and walks around with her little bag of good berries, being like, and you get a berry, and basically lines everybody up and says, eat a good berry, and kind of observes them for a second, and they start perking up, like, you need another good berry, until eventually everyone looks tip-top shape, and she looks down in her bag and she's like, I have a few left. Okay. Put the bag away.
so
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You are
Question:
very
if I vomit up a good berry, do I still get its healing effects?
yes.
Sweet. Because I'm a cat.
Good berries aren't. So technically, good berry, the spell component is a sprig of mistletoe, because it's thematically a thing. Your good berries are whatever you want them to be. I love my good berries being Carolina Reaper peppers, because you're healing a single point of damage, and it's feeding you for a day because you don't want to eat anything else. But it hurts, and I like it.
All right, all right.
So, what are you doing?
I guess we have to rest so then I can take care of the mistletoe.
And there's the matter of a sickle somewhere.
Yeah.
Can we still see, like, from my vantage point where I threw my first fireball and it missed? Can I still see kind of it like sitting there?
Roll a perception check as you get a chance. Like, you got some time. Agnes shoved a bunch of good berries into you.
Well, he's doing that. I noticed, because you mentioned I noticed the glint just barely under this creature still.
Mm-hmm. We'll say that you rolled at advantage because Quill saw some stuff.
Okay.
And that's an 11. So yeah, you see where the thorny had collapsed down on the tent itself is fucked.
Yeah.
The thin saplings that were being used as crossbeams and poles, they're done. The wicker furniture is done. Underneath the thorny, you see a golden glint of something.
Can I pull it free with Mage Hand?
Yep. You see the hoot's claw, like, the claw. He's been chosen. And it comes down and it picks it up and drops it slightly and it picks it up again. It is slightly covered in some shit.
Wash it off.
Agnes, do you want to touch it?
Do I
Durn?
want to touch it? I would like it.
Durn said wash it off. Durn, are you touching it?
I look to the people who could cast fire and I go, well, why don't you just
Fire
purge
didn't
it?
do anything to it. Agnes, as a quick reminder, acid, necrotic, radiant, or a pound of salt, a gallon of alcohol, or some other magical effect that cures disease kills it. Also sunlight.
I
Oh.
can't do any of that tonight. If we know it's safe, I'm gonna say don't touch it directly and just know where it is.
Agreed. Durn goes
I can
to
only keep this up for like a minute tops.
All right. Well, I've got a bag. If we put it in this sack, how big's a sickle? I probably don't have a sack.
It's like a hand. It's a hand scythe. Something that you noticed from Jules's equipment is it got into everything. If you put it in a bag, in your bag, because again, you rolled a natural 20 on your
So I know
nature
all these.
for this stuff. Last game.
I'm
You
glad
know
Agnes
that this
knows
will
this.
take over all of your things.
Okay. So I think we all need to rest, and we're not going to be able to do very much about the angry fungus until we sleep. So how about we call this a sacrificial bag, and we put it in the bag and tie the bag to this tree right here, because I see a tree on the map. And we hang it up over the ground so that it doesn't fall into the muck, and then we sleep.
Hoots, you do still have Mage Hand. You could totally throw it to the mistletoe. That is another problem to solve if you need to.
Like
The mistletoe is over here on solid ground.
so I could like reach out and grab that as well.
So the mistletoe is probably it's wrapped up in a tarp. It's big and unwieldy.
Okay.
Like one of you could carry it, but it's also moldy as fuck.
Oh, so we could put it on the tarp with the stuff. It would all stay together and it wouldn't sink into the mud. And all the mold is with the mold.
You witnessed Durn purify Jules and the shit that Jules was wearing that was across the room before using his ability. You could probably hit the sickle and the mistletoe in one go with something if you had a method. And unless you're carrying salt or booze, which I don't know that any of you really are.
No.
Which might be a first for a D&D campaign I've played in.
You know, especially with you guys. Yeah. You
You're
might
muted.
Hold on. Didn't you take the guy's drink, Hoots?
Which guy's drunk?
Telemachus Thistle Twist, he downed it and then chucked
Oh,
it
he
up.
downed it. Okay.
Yeah.
Just walking around with a shot of whiskey.
The entire time he's like, I haven't fucking spilled it. Hold the beer. And I will say a gallon of alcohol.
Sorry,
No
guys.
dying. The spores have not gotten to you yet.
I was about to say, I think we need to rest for the night. No way about it.
The weather is pretty bad. However, Hoots has a tent, so that's a thing.
How
You
big would
have
you say,
reasonably solid earth here, and a handful of wooden planks that have been made into drawbridges.
Most of us have bad ability checks right now. Somebody who's not challenged want to try build a shelter?
So I totally forgot about the disadvantage on ability checks during that fight, but I don't think it came up much, so
No.
you're fine.
No, I'll start kind of makeshifting a shelter.
Roll me a survival check, Quill.
Nope, that's a nat 1.
That does look like a nat one.
Y'all sleeping in some shit tonight.
So I know that the DC will go up, but can I try and help?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. Roll your own survival check. That's a 23.
And 19 at
19.
disadvantage.
I picture this like Quill is just distressed by the scenario where it's like it's right there. We could just take it and do what we need to do. And it's just right there, and it's probably a little distracting. And like you've got a tent right there. You got Jules's tent, and it's full of this stuff. And Agnes is calmly like pulling out boards from walkways and stuff, and probably leaning them against this big old tree over here, and just like makeshifting some things. I feel
She's
like
just got giant bags. She's just like, uh-huh.
Well,
Okay.
you guys got to the end of your day, and we're like, now let's walk through a bog,
Yeah.
and then die a couple of times.
If there is something that's happening, Durn just passes right out.
I feel like Hoots's tent is kind of forfeit at this point, and it's just like splayed out over top of these planks as a a makeshift, like lean-to tarp.
Yeah.
And you bed down. Who's taking first watch?
I-
Not Durn.
I'll take first watch.
All right. Roll me a perception check.
Can do. 22.
22. Your friends are lightly snoring and like out of it. And you see I'm just gonna move your tokens here quick, and I'm gonna grab a quick something. So I'm just gonna throw Jules's tent over here on the map layer. That represents your makeshift shanty town.
Mm-hmm.
And throw you guys up into here. Hoots, you are not flying anymore.
That's
you are
fair.
sleeping. Yeah.
He doesn't
And
hover
we'll
when
put-
he sleeps.
No hot boy Essek going on here. As everybody's kind of lightly dozing, your perception check is really good, and you're I feel like you're on alert. You're like, those little things, they could be coming from anywhere. And you see over here that big long tree that's bridging the islands. There's a knothole in it that's probably no bigger than your head.
Mm-hmm.
And you see this, looks like a snake, and it pushes its face out, and then it pulls the rest of its medium-sized body out, and kind of like comes up and it looks around. And I'll give you a look at this thing. Throw it on the token layer quick. And it looks like this.
Ooh.
I hate
It's like and it's watching you.
that's it. Just watching.
It pulled itself out of this tree right here. That's just north of where the battle took place. And it kind of like slithered over to the island. It's got 2 arms, 2 legs,
Where is it on the map?
right over here.
Oh, okay, there it is.
And it's just like,
Can I sense any like malicious intent behind it?
it seems cautious. It's bigger than you.
Yeah, I'd assume so. Most things are.
And for the audience being on this layer now,
Yeah, I'm gonna. I know he needs to rest, but I'm gonna poke Durn.
Durn wakes up.
I go, there's a snake. There's this like creepy snake person across the river that's watching us.
All right. Durn is just going to stand and just stare intently at the creature.
Durn has no dark vision, being a dragonborn, and you can see fuck and or all.
Fair. I'm going to then look to Quill and just go, it's over there.
And I will point the direction where it is.
He's going to then shift his direction from north to northwest.
Yeah.
And just stare in that general direction, just angrily. And just like, you just woke me up, like, fuck you, you stupid creature.
For the sake of understanding, rather than just its face, it's got these long, like, spindly limbs that seem to, like, half wrap around a...
And I can see this and no one else can.
You can, and nobody else can.
Durn believes that Quill can see this. Like 100%. and Durn can probably hear the weird noises. He is going to take, I presume we have like a small fire kind of thing or something like that.
Do you? It is raining relatively hard.
Oh, fair enough. No, Durn's just gonna stand at attention with his hand on his hammer.
All right.
And just kind of stare off in that direction, just to try and look menacingly.
Quill's gonna do the same kind of thing. Stand as tall as he can in his little dragon-themed armor, and I'm just gonna like cross my arms and just stare out at this thing.
It watches you for a time, and you see its spindly arms, like a hand reaches out and it grabs against a branch, and it doesn't wrap around the branch, it just touches the branch and it starts to pull itself up by its palm, as though it were like Shaq bombing a basketball. But it does it to a tree, and it just like it lifts itself up.
Okay.
And it kind of cocks its head a little.
As it does that, I'm going to reach up and I'm going to pull myself up on Durn like it kind of did on the tree.
You're looking directly at it. It's looking directly at you, and
I'm basically mimicking it and what it just did.
Oh,
and it bolts.
It bolts?
Yeah, it gives a shriek, and it like you see it scurry off behind a tree out of your vision.
Durn thinks it's coming at him and pulls his hammer up, probably shaking Quill off by accident.
It's not enough to take fall damage nicely enough, so I'm going to do my little, land on my feet like a cat does. And I'm no, it's okay. It's okay. It's running away. It's not come towards us. I don't know what it was, but it had these fingers that look like teeth. And sorry to climb you, but it was climbing a tree, and I just kind of wanted to do his thing that it was doing.
No, you did good. It's gone now. Good.
Okay, well, I suppose you can go back to sleep, and I'll bother you if anything happens again.
Durn keeps his hammer, like, staked into the ground, basically, and nods slowly as he leans back down slowly and...
I'm just gonna kind of sit down and put my back against the hammer and just continue my watch.
Okay.
No.
The rest of your 2 hours are uneventful. Who's next? Hoot's next?
Hoots.
I don't think Hoots really gets to choose. I'm the one that's awake, so I gotta walk over to Hoots, and it's got my little tail. It's just like poking him on the side of the head.
Hoots is gonna kind of bat it away. No.
No, it's just
5 more minutes.
There's like a potential wizard creature, and so I need you awake for the night.
Take a 2 steps back, bud. Did you say wizard creature?
Sorry, lizard, like
Lizard.
tiny dragon, but lizard. And it's got hands with teeth on them. But me and Durn scared it away. But you might want to be awake so it doesn't hurt us later on.
So I have to believe that Eric is absolutely a fan of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Must be, because King Giz is fucking yes.
Also, I'm strongly of the opinion that to Quill, everything seems to be some form of dragon. Because the description of almost everything you describe has some attributes of a dragon, and I love it.
Lizard, and he thought I said wizard, so I had to explain it was a lizard.
I love it.
Yeah, but like barely awake, just like half like zonked.
In a balloon, I'm not going to be like, it's kind of like a dragon, but made of rubber and filled with no other markings.
You know that old Godzilla movie? It looks like one of those things in the Japanese costumes.
Durn has absolutely no understanding of Godzilla movies.
None.
I'm just poking Hoots and I'm telling him this. I'm like, so just be careful when you're awake.
Okay. 10-4, good buddy.
There's no fire. Quill settles down into his bedroll. You're basically, you might have missed this. I said Hoots' tent is pretty much forfeit. You layered some planks against a tree and spread your tent out without poles just to cover everybody the best you could.
I liked that tent.
And do the best you can. It's not destroyed. It's just not set up in a fashion that normally is.
I'm gonna make sure that Lou is in a spot where he won't get wet.
Okay.
So are we like sitting basically on like some planks? There's the tarp above us. Could we theoretically build a fire under the tarp?
Yeah. It's pretty tight. You've got 4 people in a 10 by 10 space. But yeah,
that's
absolutely.
how I'm gonna set somebody on fire, isn't it?
You could. It'd be small. It more of a bush TV than anything else.
Yeah, that's what Hoots is gonna do. He's gonna be like, "Why didn't we do this before we went to bed?"
Everything is wet, out and about. But roll me a survival check, quick. At disadvantage because you have
7.
a level of exhaustion. 7. You go out, you get wet, and it takes a little bit of time, and you come back with a bunch of wet wood.
Can I just throw something in here?
Sure.
You 100% find Durn's javelins.
You absolutely do. But
What?
yeah, I feel like you're like, it's been a long time since I've had to do this shit, and you set the Zippo up alight, and you put it down, and you start just building sticks around the Zippo.
Get a small fire going eventually.
Yeah. Eventually, it'll dry everything out. Look, if it works with a candle, it works with a Zippo.
And I guess there's no fluid in it, so it's just
fucking go. It's just getting perpetually hotter and hotter and hotter.
well, my actual Zippo's out of fluid, so we can't have the like little.
You
moment.
filled it last week.
Yeah.
And it's a Jesus, man.
24/7, bro. It takes fuel.
You get a bush fire going, or you get a bush TV going, and roll me a perception check at disadvantage because of your exhaustion.
There we go. I got it lit.
Yeah.
A perception? Did you say?
Perception at disadvantage.
It's
That's
gonna be a 7.
Yep. You look out, and you don't see any hide nor hair of this swamp creature.
Hoots probably doesn't believe it exists like Durn did.
No. Hoots is very much like there is no such thing as a lizard wizard. But okay.
Durn will show you when he multi-classes.
And what you're hearing is the somatic components for a dragonborn casting fireball. So, your watch passes. An event. I think you're too dumb. I want to say you're too dumb.
I am too dumb. I'm 11 intelligence.
I could open your character sheet, but I could just go exclamation mark Durn, and I can see that your intelligence and wisdom are to both 10s.
Yes.
Indeed. All right, Hoots, your watch passes uneventful. There is no lizard wizard.
Hoots is now sitting here like, I need to make sure I understand that we took our 2 nighttime people who can see in the dark and put them first. Okay.
Yeah. That is what happened.
And he just like shuffles around inside his purse, pulls out a coin and goes, heads, Agnes, tails, the lizard. That's tails. It's gonna be a lizard.
I should clarify. You still have 2 magical tinkerings left that you haven't really like dived into. Was there anything specific that you feel like he'd take now that he's got 2 hours by himself during your watch?
Ooh, hold on. Give me 2 hot seconds because I have to. I got to make sure I'm doing this right.
What's a cold second?
I mean, yeah. Or Google could fail me.
Or Google could fail you.
Oh yeah, no, it's just. No, you know what? I don't think there is. He's just like tired and like.
All right. That's a problem for home.
Yeah.
All right. So you wake up the lizard. And Dr. Kirk Connors displays out dreams of cheese. Huh.
Excuse me, Sparkles. Sparkles, I will light you on fire. Do not tempt me.
I'm all out of propane.
You see his oils glistening with your Bush TV.
Yeah.
The mosquitoes here are the mosquitoes here are brutal at this point, and you're like, I have feathers, and this doesn't bother me as much as it used to. Huh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like
You
shake
kicked
Durn
me
awake.
awake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, Wizard Lizard, it's your turn.
What?
I built you a fire. Good luck. Good night.
I'm not a wizard.
And like every time that you take somebody else camping that probably shouldn't, probably needed more help, 10 minutes after you go to sleep, the fire is out. Because they fucked with it. And it's just like, look,
yeah.
leave it alone.
Yeah. Durn stands up and just kind of leans on his hammer and pulls out his puzzle box. And half-mindedly looking around, then trying to click the box a little bit with probably not much luck.
Okay. Roll me a perception check at disadvantage.
I will gladly watch as it's going to be very good. God damn it.
You have, I don't know if anyone will get this reference. You have Aaron Hansen luck for saying something really, really like, I'm about to be really good, and then instantly fail it.
I'm grump. I'm not grump.
Literally, there are compilations hours long of him being like, oh, I'm fucking amazing, and then dying a split second later.
Yeah, no, that is my life and luck as well. Am I gonna change what I say? Nah.
Yeah.
No.
Where's the fun?
You look out, and you swear that swamp creature is out there. You swear it's watching you, but you can't fucking see it. You can't hear it. You heard it like, and fuck off.
Durn's gonna take the hammer out of the ground and just circle the outside of the tent a little bit. Try and get a little bit of a wider range of sight.
Right. It's just gonna kind of like do a perimeter.
Do a perimeter, and yeah, just
Do you have to hold the side of the tent so you don't lose track of where you're walking? Because you're blind.
You're fucking blind.
I am blind. I guess I'm just kind of tracing a circle.
Okay.
With my hammer, like with the butt of my hammer, just kind of tracing a circle around.
I will
Like-
say, as fucking entertaining as this is, Durn has. Oh, never mind. Durn does not have any torches on his person.
No.
I withdraw my statement.
He is sitting in the, he was basically sleeping.
Oh yeah, no, he has a candle.
It's
That works.
For a whole 1
candle.
foot of light in the open
Yep.
room.
use the candle to relight the fire.
Oh, I'm gonna do a wisdom check to see if Durn is actually
like
smart enough to do
And we'll
that.
say that's at disadvantage from your
Of
exhaustion.
course. 11.
Still, well, that's a saving throw, but you know,
Oh, yeah.
well, it's a 9. So you're like, I can't see anything. I must light myself on fire and run into the no.
That's a 1.
Yeah. You're like, this sucks. I should bring torches. Why don't I have any? Why don't I have a lantern? This sucks.
Just take Agnes's lantern.
He has a low wisdom roll on here. So
I totally light a candle and just walk around with a candle.
Candles are useless when there's nothing for light to bounce off of.
It's drizzling. It only stays lit for like a second.
Yeah.
and you like half burn your hand lighting the candle from the remains of the campfire.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like-
100%. Yeah. Just staying close to the camp because I know that I can't see, so it's just a very small perimeter.
I don't think we're getting our survival badge from Scoutmaster Hoots.
The
I have a
pelting,
+5
pelting
as well.
rain
I do too.
does not put your candle out.
Hmm.
It
However-
gives you a total of 1 foot of light.
Yeah, you do not see crazy swamp creature of doom. Just like, yeah, probably lurking. I think.
100%.
Yeah. And your 2 hours pass.
All right.
It is Agnes's turn. How do you
I go and I put my hammer back and stake it back into the ground.
Right.
And then I take one last look at my puzzle box, and I go, "Why do I have this?" And I put it back into my bag.
Okay.
And I wake Agnes.
Wham!
You like-
with a kick.
No,
You like
no,
barely shake her, and she's like, "Hello."
Oh, you're one of those assholes, aren't you?
Durn is just
Wake
like,
up at 5 minutes before 4 a.m. and you're like, it's gonna be a beautiful day. Fuck
Yeah.
those people.
Durn sits down, legs cross applesauce, and
Crisscross applesauce.
crisscross applesauce,
Yes.
and just goes, keep an eye out. There was a creature earlier in the night that was watching us. Quill said that it was out there. I didn't see it, but I believe he has better vision than I do. And then Durn does his inching back while looking left to right, and then instantly passes out.
Okay, so I want to say that you showed up with candle, and like we're just like under your face, bottom lit by a candle. And then you said, watch yourself, and disappeared into the dark, and your candle snuffed out, and I can't see anything anymore. Yes, exactly that.
Careful, Agnes.
Exactly. There are lizard people in the swamp. Watch yourself.
The lizards are coming.
Okay, so I'm gonna light my lantern because I don't know there's a fire in the middle of the
Well, I mean,
tent.
there are some dwindling embers at this point because
Okay.
Durn didn't do shit with the fire.
Okay, I'm gonna maintain the fire and get the fire burning again.
Yeah.
And I guess it's a survival at disadvantage for this, which is not good.
That's a 7.
That is the 7.
And when that fails, I light my lantern because that I can do. So I take my lantern and I go hang out on the edge of the space, and I kind of do one of these, being like, I need to be able to see, and I don't. I have one hand on the lantern, the other hand's able to shoot flame at things if I need to. He didn't tell me that the thing ran away. He just told me that there was a thing in the
Oh
swamp.
shit! I
swamp.
didn't.
For the folks playing the home game, Agnes is like holding up a lantern and it's like,
Don't burn yourself.
Nah. Been a long time
Oh.
since I've done that.
Yep, that's what she does. She's just like, keep a watch.
Okay. Roll me a perception check at disadvantage, please.
Is it still a
Because-
disadvantage because I'm at the end of my rest?
You know what? I'll give it to you. Straight roll.
Yeah.
You've had a solid 6 hours of napping.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Oh,
around,
great.
And you don't see a swamp creature, lizard, wizard, and the king gizzard anywhere.
Wow, that's great.
Okay, I will say this. If you've never listened to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, it is fucking worthwhile. in all of its goodness. Yeah. Aussie rock band. Rock band. Yeah, the dawn slowly starts to creep through and it starts getting a little lighter, and you get to the point where you can snuff your lantern. Looking around, and you go through your preparations and you pick your spells for the day, whatever those spells that you want to have. Yeah, I don't think there's anything beyond what you would normally take that you would change up.
No, I still have the things I need.
Yeah, knowing what you know about acid and cold and things like that, I don't think.
No.
Oh, yeah. Whatever you want to do. You rouse your companions. The rain has somewhat let go.
I've learned the hard way that my companions are all really heavy sleepers, and so where Agnes might naturally just be like, wake up, instead she understands that she's going to need to walk around and be like, wake up.
For Durn, it's just like you get like a pot and pan. Crash!
I like it. You have recovered. You have successfully completed a long rest. You've recovered your abilities. You pick your spells for the day. What do you got?
Durn is going to go pretty quickly and go, I want to get out of this swamp. And he gets up and goes, we are taking all this mistletoe and this sickle.
Is it not moldy and sitting in a thing that's got magic, making it an illusion still?
You have to cleanse it, Durn.
Durn nods, walks over, and lay on hands. There's blue silverish energy that comes out from his hands as he purifies this mistletoe.
All right.
And the sickle.
You see it flash out for a second, and a good portion of the landscape all around where that thing was, like 10 feet in all directions from where he's putting his hands down, just seems clean. And everything seems comfortable. It kind of shakes off like ash a little bit. You heft this massive tarp, and this is a 10-foot by 10-foot tarp that's tied up like a bundle that he was gonna wear on his back and kind of do this all the way home for, or like a tump line. And
Durn sets it up on his back.
Yep, it's basically like Santa Claus sacking it.
Yeah.
And as you move, this ash just kind of shakes out from it, where the russet mold has given away and is destroyed. The sickle is a little tarnished, but it's clean.
Good.
Can I collect up some of the ash and keep it?
Yeah. Work it into a mason jar. One of your mason jars is horrendously smashed, by the way, with your contents had spilled out.
It broke in my bag, so I'm not disturbing that pocket.
Understood. I don't know if that was ever something that Hoots took to be able to fix, but yeah. He did not. I like it. Cool. What to do?
I guess we start heading back. Like, Durn is done with this place. He's just like, we're leaving. We got what we came for.
Tis a silly place.
I want
Let's-
to walk up to Quill and be like, hey, Durn is saying something about a wizard, lizard, or something.
No, I was called the Lizard Wizard. I'd call from while I'm walking forward.
Nice. It was so. No one else saw it, but it was there. And basically, it was like this. It's like bigger than me. But it's kind of like this with this like snake lizard man, and he had fingers that had teeth on them. And he climbed a tree, and so I climbed down in response, and we just both stared in that direction, and then it just went away.
Sounds like you must have been just so scary. Good job.
People were afraid of dragons, and I made sure that we were both. I kind of put my fists up, and I'm like ready to fight.
Everybody is healed from their level of exhaustion, by the way, from completing a long rest.
Except for me.
Yay.
Hi.
No, you take 2 levels of exhaustion from interacting with the lizard wizard. You wake up, you do your spell prep. Is there anything you want to do?
No, I think Hoots is gonna dust himself off and be ready to go. He's ready for a trip back pretty quickly.
Recover your tent.
Yeah. Complain about
recovered.
the poorly set up nature of the tent.
Back in my day, we just used the fly, but here we are.
And over
Advanced.
here, this. Why doesn't it let me do the highlighty thing?
Just click and hold.
This thing here, was that what he just purified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the moldy tarp full of mistletoe.
Okay. Now that it's daytime, let's head back, I guess, yeah. I'm going to kind of look at everyone and go, if everybody's got this stuff, we got to get back and save my friend.
All right.
And I'm going to start heading back the way we came.
Going through the swamp in the daytime is a whole lot easier than it was going through it in the nighttime.
What?
You
No.
Hey.
Hoots, are you walking or flying
I'm
back?
going to walk in my little combat crocs.
Okay. I need everybody to roll me an athletics check as you push your way through a bog.
I get +4 to this.
I'll take it.
Nat one,
Eric?
baby.
Eric and Durn are fine. Agnes is fine. And Quill just he's like, we did it. We did the thing. and you're like, you misjudged a leap and you landed and you kept going forward into the mud, like right past your shoulders. And you're like, guys.
I kind of call out to Durn and go, Dad, can you please pull me up, please?
Yeah, Durn does the thing where it's like where you grab a cat from the scruff and just
in the most unceremonious way possible, you pull him back, and there's just an imprint of where he was. It's hard to shake off, and Quill, by the time that you get back to the main path, just trying to shake all the gunk and stuff out of your fur, and it's been discombobulating. You have a level of exhaustion from exiting the swamp. Nobody else does, just you.
Who says I'm trying to shake it off and not just sitting there?
He's like, I live here now. This is now my swamp.
Durn turns around, grabs him by the scruff, and just starts dragging him.
I figured I'd just get on Durn's shoulders and sit there.
I will marry the lizard wizard, and this will be our place now. So, you managed to make it back to not a well-traveled pathway, but something that resembles a path. And it leads you over to that house again.
Yay!
There's no specific verbiage in Druidic to know whether I can turn off the message I left on the tree. So I'd either like to turn it off, or
Druidic is a language, and you're like, I carved a bunch of symbols into a tree using a penknife.
yeah. So I'm just gonna write underneath it. Made it back fine, thanks, and just leave it there.
Made it back fine, thanks.
Instead of just being like putting a line through things, shaving off some bark.
Nope, I added to it.
How are you?
For a good time, call.
QUI.
1-800 Mason jar.
Interesting tidbit. 8675309 was written by a man named Jim Keller. Here we are, ladies.
You're married, sir?
I am indeed.
So has the house like? Okay, I need clarification on something that you said last game. I just need clarification.
Okay.
How long had she said that she was healing Jules while her father or person wasn't there?
She had said days.
Days. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
The general gist, mechanically, is that everything.
No, I understand the mechanics. I just I think storyline. I need to know that like he's been gone a couple days while Jules has been being healed by this thing before we came along. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
You approach the house again. It
I
still stands.
politely knock on the door.
No answer.
I'm just going to open the door. I'm going to kind of push go. Hey, we're back. We're here. Right?
She is sleeping on a couch.
All right.
Jules is asleep.
I kind of go up to Jules and go, Jules, you okay?
And he's like, I needed that one long rest, otherwise I was gonna die. And then he wakes up and he rolls over and he's like, hey kid, go on.
So are you okay?
I feel like a bag of used dicks, bud.
You-
But yeah.
You almost died.
Oh yeah, no, I feel that.
What?
And he
what?
like pulls his shirt open, and you see this massive, like, gaping, festering wound on his chest that goes from his hips to his like to his clavicle.
Oh my god.
I kind of call back to Agnes like, Agnes, I need your help, please.
I come in and I take a look and I see whether this is something that we can help with or if it's just him needing more rest.
Roll me a medicine check.
Can I assist on that?
It wouldn't beat the 15 that she pulled to grant advantage. You feel that he has suffered a traumatic event, and it will take time to recover. This is a horrible scar, and he's likely suffering from some internal injuries based on the circumstance. Right?
Can I heal?
He has hit points, but his capabilities are massively diminished at this point.
Basically, mechanically, he would have like level 3 exhaustion or something like that.
Yeah, so
Level 5
all
right
all of that, he's at level 5 exhaustion right now because he's had a full night's rest.
He needs at least a week to recover from this.
Can one of you heal him?
He's like, oh, I'll be okay. I need to sleep. I need to sleep for like a year.
The man who lives here, what's his name?
It's Alda Sim.
Alda Sim. Can we trust him?
I mean, he's kind of kooky, but yeah,
Where's
he's
he?
all right. He was out. He travels a lot. He's not around. He wasn't here when I showed up to get the mistletoe and stuff. Which, oh shit, you got it. That's great. And he notices there's no spores on it. He's like, that's great. I'm bringing booze next time.
We fought some like vegetables.
Yeah.
And there was this lizard. No one's seen it but me, but there was this like lizard with like teeth for hands.
Right?
You saw him?
Look, he's a fucking creepy thing. He like puts out a pineapple every now and again. And he's like, "Hey, bud."
I sorry, I just need to kind of just say, he's kind of kooky. He says to the owl man, cat man, druid, and dragonborn.
Yeah.
He's not gonna like come here and kill you or something.
No.
Is the creepy girl okay?
I don't know. She was fine when I collapsed on her doorstep, and she doesn't look okay now. That's problematic.
Do you know what we can do to help her? Because she also kind of saved your life to a degree.
Well, it sounds like I got a debt to pay then, because, yep. As I understand it, and I don't understand a whole lot about magic, but she's expensive to fix.
Well, you don't need to worry about owing me anything, because you're my friend, so you're okay. But I don't know about her, whoever she owns, or whoever owns her. I'm assuming she has an owner if she's like not like a real.
Well, her dad owns the house, and she lives here with him.
But is she gonna die, or does she just kind of sit there a little damaged?
I think she'll probably be okay. Like, there's wards on this place. Nothing can get in.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask him if Jules, correct?
Jules.
Yeah.
Julian Sandar goes by Jules.
Julian Sandar.
Was he a colonel?
If you get the reference, you know.
Better watch out, Hoots.
Julian Sandar, if we create a mobile bed for you to move, could we take you back to the village to rest?
Well, I think, based on the state that I'm in, state you're in, I can't move right now. But I feel my legs. I can feel my feet. I'm just like he is gaunt. The good berry certainly helped because it fed him for the first time in several days.
Yeah. I'm gonna give. You didn't tell us you're giving us good berries again.
She didn't cast
I couldn't cast any last night.
Okay.
I have 2 remaining.
I kind of look to you and I go, if you got any more, can we give it to Jules?
Jules can't walk anywhere.
No. Can we give him a good berry?
So he can be fed.
Okay, yeah, sure. Here you go.
I'll give that to.
He old man gums it. Like Jules is like in his 60s, and is a human, like a straight old human.
Then I think we have to let him rest here.
Okay.
And we have to travel back ourselves, and we'll take the mistletoe and the golden sickle.
He's like, if you guys want to fashion a litter or something, that's probably fine. You can look around and see if there's anything you can find.
Is there still mold covering all of the tools?
His tools?
Whatever you said when we arrived, there was a bunch of tools that were covered in spores.
Oh, that was the equipment he was wearing.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was all piled up on the floor, and it still is.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly step outside and go look at that bucket that I had placed.
It's got a little like wrinkly looking, like shriveled thing in it from when you scooshed it before.
Okay. Then I'm gonna like. Is there a river nearby or anything?
Well, there's a big lake.
Don't touch the lake.
Like just across.
No, I know
the lake. The lake is safe to like pull water from, and like don't go way out.
I've seen the things that no one else has seen. I'm just gonna leave the bucket where it was.
I feel like this is gonna be a theme.
You will drag me by my dead fucking cat corpse before you put me to boat across that lake.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm gonna check my bucket and I'm gonna come back inside.
All right. Your passive's reasonably good. This place has an outbuilding, and just off the one side, depending on what you guys are planning to do, you do see like a. It's not like a 4-wheeled cart. It's more of a 2-wheeled cart.
Oh.
With 2 beams coming off the front. It looks like it's made for 2 people to sit on, and then be pulled by like a donkey or a mule or something.
Durn's pretty big.
Or a Durn.
Or a Durn.
Well, we probably
But-
shouldn't steal from this random person's house.
Jules, would you be able to bring this back the next time you have to come get mistletoe?
I made the trip because I was asked to make the trip here. It's not a normal thing that I do, but you know, lady saved my life. The least I can do is return a box.
Okay. So,
I should probably have a conversation with her father as well.
okay.
It's just proper.
So, are you okay to stay here for a few days?
I'm as long as they'll have me, that's fine. I mean, I need a couple of days rest before I can get up and get myself moving. And
Okay.
even then, I don't think I'm going to be moving quick. So
I
It's
think
up
we
to you.
should rest here for a couple of days and travel back with him.
How soon do we need the mistletoe?
there wasn't a specific deadline given. More so of like, please go get this done.
I think it's worthwhile to stay.
Okay. That's fine. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave him just kind of like sick and alone. So I'm gonna agree and say, well, maybe it's a good deal that we stay. We'll let you sweep. We'll camp outside, but we'll stay here to protect you.
I look left to right. I'm like, yes, outside. Meanwhile, Durn is looking around for beds / guest rooms, etc.
So Switch is asleep on a couch. Do you want to go exploring a kooky old man's house next to a swamp by a lake full of interdimensional lake gods? What do you want to do?
You know what?
I don't tell you what to do. You tell me what you're doing.
Durn is going to actually do a bit of an investigation around the house.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Yeah,
All right.
I am. Investigation. I mean, I rolled a 6, so I mean that's a great number.
So I feel
Such
like
a
that
round number.
that equates out to like Durn like picks up a pot and drops it. And it's like, oops. And like purple smoke comes out, it's like and then wisps off into the nether, and like, you look at, nobody's looking at you, and like you're like, you kick the pot underneath the mantle somewhere. And there are components everywhere in this place. If there was ever going to be a lizard wizard, he probably lives here.
Durn just after that, like seeing the purple wisp go away, it's just like, huh. So I'm gonna sleep over there.
Yeah. Anybody
Agnes?
else?
I'd like to, without touching them,
Okay.
Durn, I'm gonna go take a look at all the components, and I want to see if any of them, like, are any of them in like glass vials or glass jars or things? And I want to just take, I don't know if we're going to be here a couple days, and I've gotten a little better at foraging, and I want to take a look and see if there's anything that looks low. That I'll make a little inventory of, and then probably scout around nearby to see if there's anything I can help with.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, okay.
18. Not bad. Considering you have a plus 0.
0.
As you look around, you have a pretty good idea of like this looks like a low quantity, but you understand that it just needs a pinch. Or that looks like a lot, but it's a single use of a thing.
Mhm.
And the majority of this place is pretty well outfitted for all manner of like wizardry. Buddy is a wizard. Like absolutely everything is categorized by potency and power, and it looks like he has spell components for pretty much almost anything you could conceivably think that a spellcaster would need, including a couple of the things that you cast. He has components for.
I don't touch anything. I'm genuinely looking to help.
Yep.
And polite
Seems
company
okay.
doesn't steal.
Yeah.
So.
Hoots, what about you, man?
Ooh. Hoots is gonna go digging through the house, but not in like a hey, we're searching for things. He's literally just like, what's in this cupboard? That's a lot of bagels.
You're like looking in the man's fridge.
Yeah. Oh, this pantry has spices. Good.
Yeah.
Good man.
This
Roll
doesn't
me
look like oregano.
Roll me an investigation check.
It's gonna be a
See,
19.
that's better. That's better. So you, there's the main room that is like kind of a work area. This back room that you're in that has a big comfy couch and a table that Jules has been laying on, full of blankets and stuff. And then off to the left, there's a staircase that goes up, and then there's a small kitchen on this floor still. And you're looking around the kitchen, and there is noticeably no meat anywhere in this place.
God damn it.
Like nothing. There are all manner of dried vegetables. A bunch of the pocket soup that Cal manufactures in the womb. But dried vegetables, dried fruits, mushrooms that are like strung through a piece of thread and hanging in the sun. Nuts, breads, that sort of thing.
Do I find anything if I go upstairs?
Heading upstairs, you find a locked door, another locked door, a Jake's, and then a small bedroom with a single bed and a bunch of picture frames on a small wooden mantelpiece.
I'm gonna look at the pictures.
The majority of them are of a beautiful tiefling woman, and a small human-looking girl. Not quite human because of the coloration, but as far as the features go. And then this wrinkly old fella with a grizzly brown beard. Think Radagast from Lord of the Ring. He's seen some shit. And you get the feeling that that's probably Aldasim. Flowy robes, and just a very. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say you can hear the accent through the picture.
And then pictures beside it, probably not that much further along from the one that you just looked at. It's another picture of the little girl, and she just looks sad and a little thinner, and there's no wife. And he's still there, and he looks a little more haggard. And then another one where she's even thinner. And then the next one is, it looks like she did when she was downstairs, where she is a puppet, a marionette, and in a false body. And they're having a picnic next to the lake, and something an unseen servant snapped something or drew it out.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, then I'm just gonna go back downstairs. I'm not gonna go poking through a man's private life.
Yep. You have not set off any arcane wards. And you see a small message engraved in a mantle near a doorknob, and it says, "I prepared explosive rune today."
Durden's just taking a look at the pots and pans again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a small kitchen, wood burning stove, plenty of firewood in the kitchen, and a big copper kettle.
I'm gonna call it back to the rest of the house, just asking. So, we sticking around for a few days, or are we gonna get out of here?
Crash.
I thought that we were going to stay for a few days to make sure he's okay.
Jules may be able to join us without us having to steal a cart if we stay for 2 or 3 days, as long as the journey's gentle. But if it's not going to be gentle, we probably need at least 5 to 7.
Oof, that's a long time.
I don't think we should be gone for too long. I'd say maybe another night here tops, and we should be on our way.
By levels of exhaustion, he'll be able to walk tomorrow, but he's got like no other abilities.
Yes, he'll be at half speed. Tomorrow.
I think we have to borrow the cart. Durn states that if we borrow the cart and leave a message stating that we have done this, it's the safest way to travel.
So we stayed the night, and then we put Jules on the cart. That should be good, right?
Durn pulls the cart.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to pull the cart. I'm only 4 feet tall.
Durn has the cart. Do not worry.
And Jules rolls over and it says, "I'll bring the lady's cart back." Well, the man's cart. I think it's a communal family cart. I'll return the family cart.
Don't worry about it right now. You're fine. Just give it some time and relax.
Yeah, then I'm going to prep dinner or lunch, whatever meal.
Nice.
You're going to prep some lunch? Okay.
Prep.
I'm assuming there's not a lot of clean food in this house.
There is, actually. The kitchen is quite...
untouched by the mold?
Yep. The mold was primarily contained to the table he was on and the small bundle of equipment right there. And with her, she was doing her level best not to touch him, and also doesn't have the same sort of physicality to suffer from.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if he's doing all...
I was about to say, Durn will make sure to clean off all the rust tomorrow as well.
Yeah. The house is in good repair, almost like there's something that is keeping it clean.
Oh.
Okay. Well, that's going on. I'm going to kind of head outside, and I'm going to place Lou. I'm going to kind of pull Lou out from my little hood there. He's kind of been tucked there for a while. I'm sorry, Lou. I mean to put you there for so long. I hope you had a good time. Kept you dry. It was scary. 2 people almost died. I think they almost died. They went down. They weren't looking too good, but they're okay now. But as long as you're okay, then we're okay. And I kind of put them on one of the little gravestone heads. I'm assuming they're real gravestones that are also there.
Yep.
Cool.
There are noticeably there are a couple of blanks. One is like, it says Byron, and it's a little smaller, and you get the feeling like it was like a family pet or something like that.
Okay, I do not put Lou on that one.
Yeah. There's another one that says our beloved Lucretia.
Lucretia, okay. Well, I'm gonna put them just on whatever one. I'm not really gonna. I'll be honest with you, I'm not reading them.
Okay.
You can tell me
That's
if I'm
fair.
not reading them.
Yep.
I kind of put them on one, and I kind of pull out my bow, and I'm just while everyone's doing their thing, I'm just gonna do some twining.
Mm-hmm. And Lou like watches you and like kind of half slumps because he's a stuffed animal.
And when I notice this happen, I walk over and I kind of re-prop him up and like straighten his head up, and I'm like, "There's no time to waste. We got things to do."
Some time passes. You get a meal in your bellies, simple fare, whatever you brought with you, and whatever Hoots scrounges from the kitchen. Hoots, you notice you opened a cupboard and you pulled out a bunch of fresh baked bread out of a bread box, and you put it all out, and you're like, "Where did I put that?" And you open up the bread box again, and there's more bread in there. And you open a cupboard and you start grabbing some veggies, and just like, simple fare.
Yeah.
And you close the cupboard and you give the little knob on the front a click, and you open it again, and there's a slightly different ensemble of veggies on where that shelf was now.
Looks like our stew's gonna be pretty good tonight.
This is lit.
Can someone give this to my house?
Yeah, no.
Wizards, man. You guys are in a basically you're in a wizard tower.
Yeah.
That is cottage to the core.
Perfect.
I'm gonna. Okay, well, that's awesome. I'm gonna keep doing my training until I'm called for dinner.
Get some food in you. Agnes, with your medicinal sort of background, we'll say Jules is reasonably comfortable. The lingering injury on his chest, because we didn't address that, is pulling from the lingering injury table from the DMG. It is going to take, based on your knowledge, at least healing of a 6th level spell or higher to recover from. In the meantime, his life is not in danger, aside from being a weakened old man.
Okay.
His combat abilities are limited.
Outside of my abilities, but I know he'll, as long as we're careful, we'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to spend just like at least an hour or so just looking at her, just to see if there's any way I can make her more comfortable. Melissa understands that there's likely nothing I can do, but Agnes would take the time to, put a blanket over her, make her comfortable, understand that figure out that there's not a lot I can do.
Yep. After a couple hours, Hoots makes food. Durn Durns.
Just around the household, just
durning around.
Yeah.
After the 3rd pot that falls, Agnes might go over and just hand him just like, I don't know, a stick, and just be like, why don't you go see if you can find more like this on the edge of the forest, in case we need to make a fire when we're on the road. Don't go too far.
Durn salutes and
Like a goose.
nods and just goes on to a bit of a collection for some wood.
I'm a follow with. Well, I'm assuming
Like just on the edge. Don't go into the swamp. Like,
this is after dinner.
Make yourself useful and boil water for these pregnant ladies over here.
Is this after dinner?
This is probably before dinner.
Yeah.
It's probably when you're doing your training.
Yeah.
Durn takes this time to probably realize that, he's just doing busy work. And decides just to sit in the backyard and probably just actually take some time and try and solve the puzzle box.
Roll me an intelligence check. Basically just a d20. That's...
Yeah.
So James is a big fan of blacksmith puzzles.
Mm-hmm.
Those little fucking puzzles that you can spend hours on around a campfire at a friend's cabin and be like, puzzles. Because they're so easy to break.
Oh, yeah.
You can't, because then the puzzle wins.
And that's 100% what Durn thinks.
Yeah. You get a good meal in you. You go about your business. It is comfortable. You clean out your clothes. You find that the boots that you leave, the boots that you leave by the door, when you come back, are cleaned. And Hoots, the stove that you put a big old pan on, you found like a big like 3-quart copper saucepan.
Yeah.
And nothing's burning. Everything's just like simmering up and then it stops. It's perfect.
Durn, realizing that the boots are cleaned, takes off all of his armor and he's just walking around in his loincloth because obviously if you take stuff off in this house, your stuff gets cleaned.
That's fair.
I after dinner I see him doing this, and I decide to also get rid of said armor just down to my little cloth clothes underneath. I'm wearing more than just my underwear, but I will also.
As soon as that girl's dad comes home. No. You do find that the things that are left in the little like mudroom area at the very front of the house, slowly get cleaned.
Wonderful. Durn's just watching this now.
Prestidigitationally. And after a couple of hours of downtime, Switch wakes up, and she's noticeably like, she's still like, hello, but it's better than it was. And you feel like she is suffering from a bunch of exhaustion as well. 4 points of exhaustion at this point.
Maybe we should put her in the dirt room.
Please, no. She doesn't eat, and Jules eats everything forever.
Yeah.
And she says, like, after like talking back and forth and speaking with Agnes probably a little bit because you were still in the room, and hearing what Jules had to say, she's like, "Please take the cart. We're not using it. It's fine. Please bring it back when you can."
You should rest. We'll bring it back. Or he'll bring it back. Someone will bring it back.
Please don't go into the locked spaces. I will go sleep. Close the door when you leave.
We all nod. Or at least Durn nods.
Yeah.
I shouldn't speak on everybody's behalf.
I kind of like, sorry, lock spaces?
Upstairs. Stairs.
What's in the lock space?
Stairs.
Quill, this is gonna be the only time I tell you this. Leave it the fuck alone.
I just want to know what's there.
Doors with locks. Lots of locks. The kind of lock you can't pick. And that...
And you see her head kind of like go from this to like... And she gets right up like uncomfortably close to Quill for a second. And her neck is like 4 inches longer than it was a second ago. And she says, "That's Father's special working place, Quill."
My fur kind of stands on end, and I, while still staring at her, I go, "That's cool, but that's not what I asked. I said, what's in there?"
I would like to just like rub her back, just like the top of her neck, and be like, shh, it's gonna be okay. We won't let him go in. It'll be okay. No one's gonna touch it. It's gonna be fine.
As I was told to never go in the locked rooms, Quill. 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 Quill.
What? That was you. Well, I was never told.
Quill,
I feel like in unison, the others all say you're not allowed.
I am explicitly telling you were not allowed.
And
I kind of look over to Hoots and I go, "Well, I suppose you're wishing, but it's going to be on my mind for days."
She's a simulacrum, and she doesn't know how to respond to Quill being like, "Well, I wasn't told." And she's like, "You weren't told. I can't do anything with that information. I know what happens if you try and open one of those doors." And she goes to bed. And she's like, "Please take the cart, lock the door on your way out." And she goes up the stairs slowly.
Okay.
I mean, I'll listen to Hoots.
Remember that whole, "I won't actively try and kill you, but your choices, however."
Scout leader
Sort of.
Hoots is gonna redirect his child.
Meanwhile, Durn is just watching this happen while he's eating stew and just in his loincloth. Just yeah.
I just asked what was in there, not if I could go in the dang room. I just wanted to know.
She didn't answer.
And now it's going to be on my mind And the next time I'm ever here, I'm gonna ask questions.
And that's
I like it.
That's the good point of D&D.
Well, where I come from, curiosity kills the cat, and I'm not sure that we can bring you back.
I hear you say this saying, and I just look at you with you've never seen me make dirty looks. I just look at you with this look of like, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Hoots responds with, but isn't the rest of the phrase satisfaction brought it back?
I look to you and I go, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. It's in the room and I want to know. And even if the door, if in her world, if I open the door and it kills me, and then I die, but as I'm dying, I see things that bring me satisfaction, I just come right back to life. So it's okay. It's a win-win.
Agus looks at Hoots and goes, whose side are you on?
To be honest, dude's just like, to be honest.
To be fair.
All right, fine. I kind of like cross my arms and I sit down on the couch. I'm like, I'll find out one day what's in that room.
One day you might.
One day I'm gonna buy this property right out from under them and charge them rent to
I'm a
stay
bankrupt,
here.
this wizard.
Okay, then.
I don't actually say that.
We keep breaking the daughter.
Okay, there, little Gideon. Let's fucking move along.
I'm assuming Durn is gonna load up Jules onto the cart.
Yeah, the Durn.
That seems sensible.
The next, I guess, we're probably ending tonight, pretty quick, unless there's anything else that's kind of going on.
The plan is sound. Probably a rest here, leave in the morning sort of deal.
Yeah.
That would put Jules into a state fit for travel.
Okay.
So hand waving a little, make your preparations, make your choices, and the morning comes, your equipment is cleaned, you have a quick breakfast. Switch doesn't come downstairs, she stays in her room asleep.
You all have 5 good berries.
Those good berries last from 24 hours from the point of creation.
Yeah.
They will last until we go to bed tonight.
Okay.
Because I made them before I went to sleep last night.
Durn gets the cart ready, and makes it comfortable as he can, and puts the mistletoe in there as well.
Yep. So the cart is big enough to fit the mistletoe in the back, and to have Jules sitting in a seat, upright, and like would normally be holding reins. He is reasonably able to. He is reasonably able to like keep himself upright, and he's just like he's got a blanket wrapped around him, and his equipment is in the back. He's not wearing any of it.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Oh,
you see Durn just like grab these 2 poles and start to like rock it forward and back and start walking it forward. As long as he got momentum, this thing's a breeze.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. You're almost a little too tall.
He's reclined like he's in a lowrider.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you, unless there's something you want to do, you set out on the road.
I'd like to leave a note. Well, I mean, she knows, but I think we should leave a note for him regardless. Explain, like very briefly explaining what happened and that we've borrowed the cart. We will make sure it comes back. If you can, send word to Auntie Faerlyn if there are any questions, and we'll let her know when we get back.
Understood. And you do. Bolting the door, latching it as she asks.
So before we leave, I'm gonna take that note and I write on the bottom in like little chicken scratch that I did not open the door.
It's apparent because you're still here.
Doesn't matter.
Don't know that, so I'm writing it anyways.
How could you write
Absolutely.
the note if you were dead?
But now Mac knows.
I'm a ghost, bitch.
So, Batman like prep time left to a wizard in their own home where they're protecting their child. guess what happens to people? You don't be people longer. So we're gonna say you get on the road. It is familiar. You work your way around the lake. That footbridge that crosses Fox Creek is a little much for a bit, but you manage to get across. The cart's not super wide. It's like 8.5 feet, something. It's kind of car width, so to speak.
Yeah.
You have to camp for a night. Your watches go uneventful, and you make your way back to the wound.
Good.
And just so everyone knows, you get new good berries that also are good until the end of the next day.
When the town comes into view, Durn actually starts to sprint with the cart, just like, yes, this is good. This seamster, once he gets back up and healthy.
Please.
So, there's a couple of things I want to run through here. And I'm going to start with Durn, because we're looking at about 20 minutes left on stream.
Start with me? Oh, no.
I'm going to start with Durn. Everybody else, I want you to do your level ups to level 2, please.
Yay!
And then we'll get to the narrative bits of those level ups. But Durn, we're going to start with you.
Yeah.
And you see the scene cut over to you standing in those big pillars, and
You're level 0.
Durn leveled down.
You leveled down because you fucking left before your training was done, and we never want to see you again. No! No, the scene cuts over, and you're getting chewed out by Telemachus Thistletwist. But how reckless it was to run off half-cocked, and how you're never going to help anyone. And then you just see coming through the skylight, this bright beam of sunlight that just shines down and illuminates you in platinum golden light, and you feel the strong tickling sensation dance across your glorious silver scales. And
yes.
Telemachus is fucking gobsmacked, and he's like, and it. And Lash comes by Lasharius and says, "Be at peace. Give your balls a tug." And like walks him off to the side.
Does this light cleanse him?
It is of a. So for reference, none of you are seeing this. The audience.
This is just a purely curious thing. Does it cleanse him, or is his gross oily body reflecting it off and blinding him?
You know, Durn. How are your oils today? Did you apply your special cream?
Yeah, you know, on the road he did forget it. He didn't pack, so he's got a little bit of a glisten on him right now.
And he's just like, "Oh, I'm bathing in the light of the gods." And you're like, it's like 5 minutes of saying that to everybody who would listen, and it's like, dude, the window's open. What the It's like a cat stretching out in a sunbeam, and you're like, "Yes, bestow me your divine power." And it's like, it's a window. Lasharius comes back, and after walking off Mr. Thistletwist, and you're led to a small stone balcony overlooking a large ravine. And for a moment, you have this feeling of like, oh, this is the gorge that they told me they were going to push me into to die. I've made a terrible mistake.
Durn just holds really tightly onto the banister. Real tight.
And you look out, and the sun shines down just right into this place. And she's kind of flittering up, and she says, "Stay here, in this room. Rationalize your power. Find me when you understand what you've been given."
Okay.
And she leaves you, and there's food brought every now and again, and the first day or two is uneventful, and you're sitting there, and it's like there's a cot, and it sucks, and you sit here cross-legged and you're looking up at the light and you're like, fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Sit in the room.
Sit in your room. This isn't Paladin's work.
And you're like, son of a, and your eyes flash silver for a second, and you're like standing there like, ah. Durn gets a vision.
Oh.
There is brilliant 5-colored light shining around a child who grows into a man, who bends at the waist and lays down into a puddle. The puddle is now a lake. And a fox jumps out of that puddle and dashes away. And with a flash, there's a ring of steel in your ears as a sword shatters against what looks like a large clay gourd. And now the gourd is strapped to a stick. And the gourd contains fire and lightning and ice and acid and thunder. And suddenly the gourd goes cold, and there are chains around it. And something threatens to taint it. And there are small blue creatures with large noses and beady red eyes, receding hairlines, and just like dungeon master haircuts, all of them. And they cackle and laugh. And behind these creatures in your vision, you see a single yellow eye just in the darkness, lazily staring off to one side. And we cut over to the rest of the party. So this is happening to Durn.
What? That's
the thing. -2 charisma. Thank you very much for adding a rate of 15 people to our stream.
Oh,
that is
hey.
amazing.
Hey!
Booyah.
You guys rock.
Thank you so much. You're catching us while we're leveling up.
Absolutely. Leveling from 1 to 2
We've got kitties.
with epic kitties. Quill.
Oh, shit. Hey, wait, we rated them last week.
Did we?
Yeah.
I don't... Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for sharing
Thank
the love, my friends.
Absolutely.
You missed when we almost died earlier. Collectively, as a whole group, at level 1.
I want to spend more time on Quill, so I'm going to save Quill for next week.
okay.
Hoots, in the interest of expediency, we're going to grab you. And you meet with Cal. And he describes how levels work in this world, because you don't level up in Earth.
Nope.
But you level up in the realm of Naylore. And he's like, basically, life experience translates into having a bigger well of stamina for magic and taking a hit. You spend enough time out there killing monsters and discovering old shit, things that bring an average man to his knees, he'll just walk off. Pretty fucking convenient overall. And he spends a little bit of time being like, all right, so you figured out you got some magic under your belt. And there's a couple of things that you can do, those ritual things where I show you how to not spend any effort on it. As long as you do it right, it's fine. It's like the bad time hot tub, good time hot tub thing we talked about before. I want to show you how to good time hot tub your way into some items. And he demonstrates, he pulls that butt pack that he always has off of his waist, and almost like expanding out a screen in front of it with some magic between his hands. All of a sudden you see inner workings, and it looks like you're looking at an architect's drawing, blueprints, schematics, and it's a circuit board, like for all intents and purposes. And he's like, as long as everything's together, you complete the circuit. You just do what you need to do. You set it and forget it. They're limited. Like, you can only keep track of so many things at once. You know, you can't juggle everything in life. But he shows you the bag. He shows you how it works, and he's like, and you could do this with a lot of things. I mean, there's some stuff none of us have figured out how to make yet, but something like this bag, and he like reaches down into it's a fanny pack for all intents and purposes. Reaches down to the shoulder, and he's like, see, now my arm's gone. Fucking convenient. You can hold like 500 pounds in a fanny pack.
So let me get this straight. I can build myself a... And he hesitates. He doesn't want to call it a fanny pack. He goes...
It's a butt pack. It's a military butt pack.
So your drop bag is magical, and I can store, you said 500 pounds?
Some such, yeah.
And I can create that in anything?
Well, I mean, you need a bag to make effective first, but yeah. In essence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now, getting to the good stuff, and he pulls out his gun.
Yes.
And he pulls this Henry Mare's leg, and you see engraved on the stock a bunch of like runes and sigils. And he's like, this is called an enhanced focus, and you're not quite to the point where you can make this thing shoot magic out and hurt things real bad, but at the very least, this will be a better focus for you than your ring is if you choose to do it that way. I can show you how to make your shoddy over there do the same thing.
I think I'd like that. I'd appreciate it much.
So he takes the time and goes through. Use item, the level 2 artificer ability with you, with some proper examples of some things, and whatever you choose to do with it is entirely up to you. But he demonstrates replicate magic item, enhanced focus, the ones he knows essentially, a couple others as well. But and you can pick what you want to do. With that, I think we'll leave the other two for next stream, just to take some time with stuff.
Okay.
We'll leave it with Auntie Faerlyn takes the mistletoe, specially harvested under a full moon, with a golden sickle, which is the spell component for the Druid Grove spell, and takes the mistletoe that you guys have recovered, and every single day continues casting the Druid Grove spell, blowing a high-level spell slot to expand out the grove to cover Agnes's area. And keeping Tim, your house, alive.
I was going to say, Agnes goes, as this is, things get settled, and so at some point Agnes just walks up to her house and is outside the house and just hugs Tim.
and Tim the Mushroom House is like, like it just like settles a little, and you can swear you hear it sigh. But yeah, if you guys want to apply your level ups, you've leveled up on stream. You've leveled up twice now, from level 0 to 1, and now from 1 to 2.
Actually, great. I was like, what can I do to level up Lou? Is like a joke, but there's not really anything you can do to level up a stuffed animal. So,
you know what? There is. You know what Lou really deserves?
What does Lou deserve?
Some kind of a bitchin' coat. Or a sword of his very own.
I'm just going to be sitting in my house, and I'll be staring at Lou, and I'm like, Lou, I think that you look really cool. I like the little patch on your chest. You could do with some wings, but that's one day. We'll find those good old wings for you. And I kind of like prop him up and make him so he's kind of sitting upright. His head kind of flops, and I fix the head back up. And I'm like, well, I think that the most important thing is to kind of make you look cooler. Not that you're not cool. You're very cool. You're the coolest person I know. Durn's pretty cool, but you're still cooler. So I think that the best thing we can do is either get you a coat or get you a sword. I'll be honest, a coat probably makes more sense because you can't wield a sword, but we'll see what happens. And in the meantime, I'm gonna kind of go over to the little blankets that I've got on the ground, and I'm gonna kind of like take my claw and just make a tiny little strip, and I'm gonna like put a little scarf around Lou, and I'm gonna kind of sit there and stare at him and go, "Now this is a terrible idea. This is not good at all." And I kind of like take the scarf off and set it off to the side because the scarf was not the effect I was hoping for.
No Matt Cawthoning your stuffed animal. Gotcha. All right. And the camera zooms back, and all is well. Jules is recovering a little bit, and probably helps you with some more of the arcane, druidic sort of things, Quill. But that's a story for another day. 2 weeks from now, in fact, because next week we're going to be revisiting our charity fundraiser from December for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We're going to be streaming not from 6 till 10. We're going to be doing 4 p.m. till 10 Mountain Standard Time.
And I just want to say that I'm really glad it's not 12 hours this time.
Yeah.
That was a challenge. If for the folks that joined us on the raid, if you want to see a little bit of what that looked like, the first 2 hours, 3 hours is available on our YouTube channel right now. I will get around to uploading the rest after I get the encoding figured out for it. But yeah, no, we did pretty good. Raised a lot of money for a lot of kids. And if you guys want to check it out next week, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah,
we're doing. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say we might have some D&D Beyond loot to give away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just waiting to hear back again for another sponsorship from D&D Beyond, so that'll be pretty sweet. There will be a different cast, not just cast. So it'll be one different person cast wise, but it will be all different characters, which is really cool. I'm looking forward to playing Renlin again. It's been a while.
Should be good.
But yeah, I think I posted the link up there if anyone wants to kind of get in a quick little donatey before anything goes down. That actually should know. I'm not sure if you mentioned this yet or not. I kind of spaced out on my cat. When you do donate to the stream, you can give advantage or extra damage dice to us, the players. Only us, the players. That's it. You cannot in any way donate dice to the DM.
Nope, just the players.
That would be
You are mistaken. You are mistaken.
Why would anyone donate to the DM? I mean, obviously everyone's rooting for the PCs.
Because I'm not a part of the game.
Yeah.
Actually, I think there was a tally, and it was almost an even split between the dice that were given to the DM and the dice that were given to the players last go. But there was one person, and I can't remember who it was, who was like, "I'm going to kill this party," and just kept donating.
His name is Laurier. He plays my goblin wife on Thursdays.
They were like, "I'm going to kill this party by giving the DM constant, extra fodder."
Our mod for this channel is the other guy that was helping me out a lot.
Mod powers removed.
We love you, Mod.
Hoots. In the interest of the mod, I was hoping to raid over to either charisma but they're here now.
Yeah.
So
welcome, guys.
The Grouch Couch was the other one from last week, and they are all dressed. So we're gonna send you guys off. Hopefully everybody in attendance can join us for a fundraiser next week. The party gets magic items, advantage. I get advantage for every little bit that you throw in. I will put the specifics for what each donation does onto the Tiltify as soon as I get some sleep. So that'll be a thing.
I'll wait to use.
Okay.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are prepping the raid.
Yes.
Please,
it's been lovely.
Raid, join us on this raid.
Yeah, it's been lovely to have you all here. We look forward to seeing you guys again next week. And to those of you that came from somewhere else.
Also, if you are able to, please drop us a follow. We're pushing for affiliate status, and it really helps us out.
Please, guys, thank you so very much.
Let's
Thank you very
raid.
much.
And you're gone.
Let's raid.
What are you, Grog?
I said raid.
Great.
I was watching.
Welcome to our sponsors today, Rain Shadow Adventures.
No, don't you start.
Welcome.
Hello.
Legomancy.
Legomancy. Logomancy. Yo.
Logomancy.
Drunk
So
Logomancy. Welcome, guys.
is this like, you know, is
Thank you
this
so
like
much
a bunch
for the
of like
raid. We
lumberjacks
really
and
appreciate
stuff?
y'all.
I love it.
Hey.
A lot of fun.
Truly.
Jules,
Thank you so much for the raid.
that was
Hey, happy holidays, buddy. Cheers to you.
But did you
Welcome,
die?
welcome. Thank you so much. Hey,
Please give
we need
Rob
one more
some
follower to
time.
hit 1,600. Rami the Black Hand,
Hold on.
you're 15.99.
What?
Go to bed.
Okay. I'm going to. You guys have a wonderful night. I will see you tomorrow. Okay.